So if you do have any spare seats next to you, maybe shuffle in a little bit so people can slot in from the edges would be wonderful. So this is the bit where I'm supposed to play it really, really cool and just casually drop in that I'm hosting the GM Green Summit. But I'm entirely incapable of doing that without being really overexcited. I've genuinely loved the Green Summit since its very first iteration. I believe we're on the 8th Green Summit now. And for me, it really just brings together so much of what I love about our region. It's the cross-sector collaboration, it's the commitment to sustainability, it's the vision of our leaders, it's the grassroots activists, it's our schools, it's our young people, all coming together to say we do have these huge challenges, but that we can all work together and do something about it, which I just think is amazing. So my name's Ilona. I run a business development consultancy called Elevate. And we always say that we believe business can and should be a force for good. And that is absolutely what I've seen walking through the exhibition hall today. So before we get started, I do have a bit of health and safety to get through for you. So if there is a fire alarm, it is a genuine fire alarm. We're not expecting any tests to go through. Follow the signs out. At this point, if it happens, there will be lots and lots of Co-op Live staff around to help marshal you out. And we'll be meeting back in the blue car park and follow the signs to those muster points. As with ever, if it's a fire alarm, leave your belongings. Don't go back for stuff. Just get out the building as quickly and safely as you can. It is an absolutely phenomenal venue. I'm sure many of you will have seen it hosting the Brit Awards this weekend, so it's an incredible space for us to have back. It is also a huge venue. For those of you who are watching with me in the main hall, your closest toilets are at the back of this room. For those of you watching elsewhere in the building, there are toilets everywhere. If you're lost at any point and can't find what you need, please find one of the people in bright green t-shirts or one of the venue staff and they'll point you in the right direction. Free tea and coffee is available all day. Food will be able to purchase down on level 1 later. There's also water refill stations around, so if you do have your bottles with you, fill up as you go. When we finish this main stage content this morning, we will be going into workshops this afternoon. Again, it is a massive venue, so I'm going to do my best to direct you at the end of the session to where you need to be, but again, just ask anyone in a bright green t-shirt and they'll get you in the right place. And speaking of the wonderful people in bright green t-shirts, part of what I do as my day job is organise events. And I can tell you that pulling together an event like this and making it work as seamlessly as today already has is no easy job. So could we start the day with an absolutely massive round of applause for the GMCA events team who pulled all of this together? It also doesn't happen without the support of our sponsors, and we will be meeting them later today. But thanks to Dakin, Deloitte, Earth4Earth, SSE, Energy Solutions, SureServe, Environment Agency, and NIBE for all of their support today. Please do go and meet them in the exhibition hall. You may have already noticed there are a lot of cameras around. We're live streaming, we're taking photos. If you don't want to be part of those photos and videos for any reason, please just make yourself known either to one of the camera people or one of the events team, and they'll make sure that you're not included. This is the biggest Green Summit that we've ever had. I believe we're up to around 2,500 people, plus all of those who will be able to watch it on the GM Green City website. And it really does just keep showing that level of commitment that we have as a region to hitting those net zero targets by 2038. We have a lot going on stage this morning. You're going to hear from some of our young people. You're going to hear from Councillor Tom Ross and some of our local officers. Lots of surprises being dropped in there as well that will help to inspire you to take action. But first of all, I would like to welcome to the stage Mayor Andy Burnham.
Thank you, Ilona. Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing today? Yeah, we're good, aren't we? We're good. All right, at the back? I can just about see you. Look at this. It's amazing, isn't it? You said the biggest Ilona, look at this. It's absolutely fantastic. By far the biggest. So thanks, everybody, for being here and being a part of it. Welcome to Co-op Live. This is one of the greenest arenas anywhere in the world. Think about that. It's amazing, isn't it? They built it to be one of the greenest arenas. And did you all like the little warm-up event we arranged on Saturday night? Did anybody see it? Yeah, it was all right, wasn't it, as a warm-up event? But this is the main event, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Greater Manchester Green Summit 2026. Bigger and better than ever before, and we're going to get a lot done today. Jack Whitehall, who hosted the Brits, actually offered to come and do this morning, and I said, actually, if you go away and work on your jokes a little bit, maybe next year you might be invited.
He's not having my job.
Exactly, so he's not competing, Ilona. But it is, for certain, our biggest yet. It's 8 years. This was a twinkle in my eye when I was standing to be the mayor the first time. I said, you know what? Why don't we have a Green Summit every year? And here we are, 8 years on. And it's an amazing gathering that everyone really buys into now, and I can see who's wearing green out there today. I'm quite a... You're all quiet. You're not owning up to it. I've even got my green trainers on here. The kids can see them down here. I wasn't allowed to wear them during the by-election, but I've got them back on again now, so it's all good. It's all good. And this is really a moment, actually, following on from that, where Greater Manchester does come together. This has got to be everybody, hasn't it? It's great to see so many kids here, everybody, isn't it? So many schools. Isn't that brilliant? We're all really proud to have you with us. But it's actually more about you, the kids here today, in some ways, because it's going to affect you more than it is the older people here. So it really is your Green Summit. But the whole point is it's about everybody of every age, kind of every background, every political view, all of us together towards 2038. That's what the Green Summit is all about. I've got to thank the University of Manchester and the Tyndall Centre, because if you go back to 2018 when we had our first Green Summit, they did an amazing piece of work for us that said if you wanted to be carbon neutral as a city region on the fastest track, you could do it possibly by 2038. And what we've been doing ever since at the Green Summit is monitoring whether we're even, in step with that plan. So we're almost halfway through now, because we're getting close to 2028, which was halfway through. And so we're going to take stock today of where we're up to. And so from my point of view, and I would say this to all of you, you can stop me as you see me around today. Today's a day to be honest with ourselves, but also with each other about what we need to do. It's to challenge ourselves to do more. So to challenge your school to do more, or your company to do more, or indeed your council and the whole of Greater Manchester to do more, but also to recommit ourselves to this journey. That's what we're here to do today. Individually and collectively, we all are here to say, right, are we still on this or not? And you kind of then buy in again, and we get energized by that whole approach. So that's what today is about, everybody. And I just got to thank you for being here. It's fantastic to be with you all in this amazing venue today. So, I'm sorry, kids, I've got a boring PowerPoint. I know it's like being back at school, isn't it? But we're going to have to do a little bit of this today, because the main thing I want to get over today is that honesty about where we are on the journey to a carbon neutral city region. And if you look at that chart, what it tells you is we're making quite a lot of progress, but it's not quick enough to get right down there. We have to be on this path, not that path. So we're going to have to accelerate at some point if we're going to get back on the path that gets us there by 2038. But I take a lot of encouragement from that, because you can see how far we've come, if you like, in the last few years. And the thing is, Greater Manchester is on this path in the next decade to what we call good growth, or green growth. You could say they're the same thing. Because we think by changing people's homes to make them more energy efficient, by changing the transport, which you may have seen, the B network, by changing our energy systems, we will give the people of Greater Manchester better homes, better jobs, better communities, better transport, better health as a result of all of those things. And we will bring in more prosperity here, because you see these big companies who are kind of backing us today. They are interested in working with a city region that wants to go faster towards good growth, green growth. And therefore we'll get more jobs for you as you're growing up in the green economy. So we're absolutely committed to this journey. And if I could just go back to the last chart quickly before we come on to transport, if that's possible. So that is obviously where we are. What I'm told is we can still get there in terms of 2038. Challenging, but achievable. That's what I am given as the sort of a formal, official view. Challenging, but achievable. And it does mean now going quicker, making some changes to go faster. And that if we don't do that now, then we won't get there. And it's why it's really important to sort of take stock today. But I did want to make sure you all know that it is still achievable. Sorry, let's go on to that transport slide. Hopefully everyone can see it on the screens towards the back. So, I talked about the need to accelerate. Well, we are accelerating quite quickly now when it comes to changing public transport in Greater Manchester. And buses have been the biggest cause of air pollution in Greater Manchester for many, many years. But what you can see is, and you'll probably notice it in your communities, the yellow buses and particularly the electric buses that are coming through. I know we've got a school from Tameside with us today over there, I think. Ashton? Ashton has a fully electric bus depot now. I don't know if you all know that, but we've just also changed Middleton bus depot. That has just gone fully electric. And we're taking electrification right round Greater Manchester. But this graph shows you the acceleration in the number of electric buses that are coming into service. And we have around 300 to 400 currently in service. 300 more will be coming in this year, so that will be yellow by this time next year. And we are on course to have the country's first carbon-neutral public transport system by 2030. So the trams and the buses will all run on green energy, green electricity by 2030. That will mean no emissions at all, no pollution. It's also a much quieter public transport system. I don't know if people notice that as the electric buses come through. The noise pollution as well as the air pollution is really reduced. So we are on course to achieve a UK first, and I can give you my commitment as mayor. We will not deviate from that path. We are on track, and we will deliver it. And the really interesting thing about this journey that we're taking is I think it benefits people as well. Because we took public control of our buses, that's what the B means on the bus. It means they belong to you. And we decide now what happens to buses. And we decide what fares we charge. In the past, that was done by the bus companies. But now we're in charge. And so we are the people who are setting this journey. And it's why I can stand before you and say I'm confident that we can get there. But because we've taken charge of it, we can also make sure that this change benefits people. Running an electric bus is cheaper than running a diesel bus by about 30%. So because of that, when you've got a whole electric fleet, the running costs of the transport system will be lower in the years to come. And it's why, as mayor, I'm able to say again this year, we're going to have a £2 fare cap. It's why on Sunday we removed the 9:30 restriction on older and disabled people's bus passes, letting them travel whenever they want with no restriction. And that then is a vision about public transport first, isn't it, rather than being dominated by the car. And that's what we're on the path to creating with the B network. And 8 rail lines will come into the B network starting this December. So this public transport system is going to get better over the coming years. And passengers are using it. We had falling passenger numbers until the B network arrived in 2023, and passenger numbers are growing in Greater Manchester. So this is a really important point, because what we're doing is we're getting to net zero by giving positive reasons for people to choose the best option, because they can save money if they use the buses. So rather than people feeling like they're being taxed to net zero or punished or restricted or whatever, it's actually a positive thing, a positive path that benefits people in their everyday lives. And I'm proud to say today that, when it comes to clean air, we decided that the B network was going to be our route to clean air rather than the clean air zone. I can tell you today that the indications I have are that Greater Manchester will this year reach its legal clean air standards because of what we've done with the electrification of our bus fleet. We've had a 71% reduction in exceedances of pollution in the last 5 years, and it's accelerated since the B network came in. So we're going quick now towards much cleaner air. When you get to 2030, we'll be way below those legal limits, because that improvement will carry on right through the decade. So there we go, everybody. That's some really good progress, and it comes from that public control that we've got on our buses. So I want to take that now and then look at housing, because we need to speed up when it comes to improving the energy efficiency of homes in Greater Manchester and the use of renewable energy to heat and light our homes. So what you can see here are the number of homes that we've retrofitted in the city region. So here we are, 25, 26, just over 20,000. That's actually ahead of target. But you can see with some of the funding we're getting from the government, we're going to really increase the pace of that. And we're ahead of target on homes. But obviously many people live in existing homes, some of them in the rented sector, that aren't where they should be. And I believe, just as we've taken more public control of transport, I think we need more public control of housing so that we can intervene and we can make those improvements more quickly, but also we can, if necessary, take homes out of the private rented sector and put them into the public housing stock so that we can give people homes that are cheaper to rent and cheaper to run. We are going to be building more homes in Greater Manchester than we have for many, many years. And when I say more homes, I mean homes that people can actually afford. So more social homes are going to be built. We've got £2 billion from the government to build social homes in Greater Manchester. And we're going to get very soon to a point where we're building more council and social homes than we're losing through right to buy. We think we're going to hit that next year. And finally, at that point, we're turning around the housing crisis. It's getting worse every year when we're losing more than we're building, but finally we're going to be building more than we're losing, 2027, possibly 2028. But those homes will also be homes that people can have very low bills. Imagine how good that will be for people in Greater Manchester. A home that they can afford to rent with really low bills. Imagine what that would do for their mental health and the kind of general standard of living that they will have. It's going to be massive. So we're not there yet on housing, is what I would say, but the acceleration is coming through. And I'm confident with the focus that we've got on our plans for good growth. We've got £1 billion good growth fund. You are going to see lots of social homes being built in all 10 boroughs of Greater Manchester in the next few years, and that will massively pick up the pace so that we can get back on track towards 2038. Should we go on to energy? Because I would say maybe this is the area where we maybe need to do a bit more, and we need to sort of, I don't know, ask the government for a bit more help, because we're getting there, but it could be quicker, and in fact it needs to be quicker. So this is the amount of energy that we are generating through renewable energy, so megawatts generated from renewable energy installed. And you can see that it's been growing, and that's good, but it needs to get a lot quicker. And these are our plans for the later part of the decade. We are signing a memorandum of understanding with Great British Energy so that we can get more community-owned or public-owned schemes. We're bringing through district heating in locations across Greater Manchester. That's currently out to tender. We are looking whether we can accelerate the installation of solar, particularly on council and social homes, to lower people's bills. And we've got some exciting news coming in that space as well. More broadly, we are proud, and we have the leader of Trafford Council who will be talking to you in a moment, that Trafford is host to a green or clean energy cluster that's building out at the moment, where we're seeing new battery storage plants, green hydrogen coming through. So there's a building story about energy, but you know what? I think this is an area where we're going to have to focus a bit more and get the pace moving a bit more. If we're not doing that at the Green Summit next year, we're going to be looking in a difficult position. So, are you getting bored of all these graphs yet, or is it all right? May have one or two more. Are we going to go on again? Now, this is a really good one. I'm going to cheer you up again now, as opposed to give you some of the more challenging news. Look at how good this is. I mean, this is massive change in Greater Manchester in a kind of period of time that, you know, we can all relate to, or most of us can. So you got here 2005, and you got down here 2019, 2020, just before the pandemic. This grey bit represents the waste in Greater Manchester, what you put in your bins, you know, when the bin collection comes. This represents how much of that was going to landfill, buried underground. You know, it's no good burying waste underground. It's just, where do you do it? And there's all the kind of toxic issues that come out of it, and the smell sometimes is not great. It's not great to live near landfill for many people. But look at this, 70% landfill has come down to less than 1% now. And that is through a really important and innovative contract we signed with Suez, the waste contractor, where we put in much more social benefit, social value, which has led to the renew hubs that you see in the recycling hubs in some of your communities, where waste now is repurposed as much as possible. And we're putting the bare minimum that we have to put into landfill in Greater Manchester. So that should give you some hope that when you do have public control and you do use it properly, you can bring about a result like that. And the orange is energy now being generated from waste, hopefully with carbon capture and storage soon. So those are my slides, I think, and I'm going to get towards the conclusion, Ilona, now. I'm sure I've nearly gone over my time. I think, is that it from my slides? It may well be. So everybody, I forgot to mention the Green Spaces Fund. We're very proud of this, actually. This was another thing I committed to in my manifesto in 2021. After the pandemic, when I was worried about some people in Greater Manchester not being able to access green space. We all remember that time, don't we? It was a time when everyone realised just the different lives that everybody lives, and particularly those who don't have good green space in Greater Manchester. The Green Spaces Fund has been brilliant, and a shout out to any of you out there who are part of the movement, because I know it's been very community driven. We've got over 100 green spaces projects now, 120 I think, and we're going to open a new round of funding very soon. So the Green Spaces Fund is here to stay. I want everybody growing up in Greater Manchester, everyone of your age, but everybody of any age, to be able to walk out of their front door and within a short space of time find a good green space that they can sit in or they can walk around and get all the benefits of that. In the past, we weren't the greenest city region, but we're making Greater Manchester greener again in communities and making our communities better places to live. So look out for the more extra funding that's coming through the Green Spaces Fund, and make sure you get ready to access some of that. We want every single community in Greater Manchester to have good green space. So I'm coming to my ending bit, actually, so thank you for bearing with me, everybody. But the headlines, I think, are good, actually. You know, nowhere else in the country is meeting like one city region like we are today and challenging ourselves to go further. But we are doing that. And it is challenging but achievable, as I said before. 2038 can still be done. And the thing that I feel is, it's kind of really crucial at this moment in time to stick to our guns on this. Because you see around the world, other countries and politicians, I won't name any names, but you know who I'm talking about, saying, oh, we're going to forget net zero, start drilling again, turn your back on it, get rid of these wind farms. You know, you hear them say these things, and they're trying to sort of make this a sort of a divisive issue. But let's never let that happen to us, everyone. Don't let that happen to us. Let's stick to our plan. Years ago, we took a decision that we wouldn't allow fracking in Greater Manchester. And I'm proud that we took that decision. Do you know why? Because there were many communities here in the past, particularly mining communities, that kind of saw a lot of negatives from the way in which the minerals were extracted. Well, we're not going to let that happen to our communities again. And fracking, I think, would have brought many more negatives than it would have brought positives to Greater Manchester. And we instead have been going down the path of renewable energy. And let's stick to this path and do it together, people from all backgrounds. Because those people who are saying this about net zero, in effect, what they're asking us to do is turn our back on the future. Now, I can say to you all, and I can particularly say to the younger people with us, Greater Manchester, the place where you live, has never turned its back on the future. It's always looked to the future with positivity, and it's always looked to things that are going to help people. Economic progress, yes, but also social progress at the same time. Things that will improve the lives of people in our communities. That is the history of Greater Manchester. And we need to be true to that now and stick to this path. It's the only way, I think, we will get better homes across the city region for everybody, lower energy bills across the city region for everybody, good jobs for the young people with us today, and overall prosperity that continues to rise in Greater Manchester. The growth that we've got, getting more of it, but make it good growth. And what I mean by that is growth that doesn't extract from communities and exploit people, but recycles the benefits back into our communities. And this is what we're proving, everybody. And this is why I cannot tell you how delighted I am to be in this amazing venue of ours, this one of the best green venues in the world, looking at how many people I see before me who are still committed to this mission. So are we on it together? Are we sticking with it? I can't hear you, Greater Manchester. Are we sticking with it? And I want another yes off you. Today, are you going to pledge to do something to go further so that we have a bigger chance of 2038? Are you going to do that for us? I don't know, bit half-hearted in the middle there. Are we doing it or what? Thank you. So come on, let's feel the green energy in the room. Let's really get ourselves into position. This is the most vibrant city region in the country at the moment. We are the pioneers that people are looking to. If we don't do it, who will do it? We've got a plan. We've got the movement of people behind the plan. Why can't we do it? When has Greater Manchester ever set itself a challenge and they said, oh, well, we'll give up on that? We never give up, do we? This is not a place that gives up on anything, particularly when it's the right thing to do. So Greater Manchester, thank you for being here out in force today. This Green Summit 2026 is the moment we recommit, but actually more than that, we go further. We say to those turning their backs on net zero, you are wrong. We are facing the future like we've always done. We are determined to get better jobs for our kids, better lives for our residents. That's what we'll get on the path to 2038. Thank you for being part of it. And I'll hand back to Alona.
I've got Mike and good. Wonderful. I mean, you can't get more of a rousing start to the day than that. And you'll notice Andy mentioned a few times in that how important the young people are, how important the next generation are, because they're going to be impacted most by what happens. What he hasn't mentioned yet, though, is that they're also at the front of doing a lot of the work to get us on track. And the GM Eco Grants for Schools programme does exactly that. It's given 27 schools in the region up to £2,000 of funding to be able to make real differences within their schools, to learn more about sustainability, what they can do to be a part of it, so that when they join that workforce, they're already completely on board. So I'm shortly going to welcome the Procol School to the stage to tell us a little bit about their project. But first of all, I believe we have a short video to watch.
You at the Green Summit today, but I wanted to send this message to say Greater Manchester is showing incredible leadership on clean energy, climate and nature. And the government is absolutely committed to backing you to go even further in the years ahead. And you know what? I'm just so inspired and impressed by the coalition that has been built by all of you and that is represented at this summit today. That's about the brilliant leadership of my friend Andy and the Combined Authority. But it's also about working hand in hand with all the local authorities, community groups, businesses, trade unions, young people, and universities. It's thanks to that coalition that Greater Manchester has been a pioneer on issues from bringing buses under local control, to upgrading thousands of homes, to putting clean energy at the heart of your local industrial strategy. Now, as you are showing, what is so exciting to me about this agenda is it's about better lives today, including tackling the cost of living crisis that has afflicted our communities for so long, and protecting future generations tomorrow. So what's that about? Working together to cut bills for many more families. We're delivering record investment in home upgrades for our Warm Homes plan, crucially working with Greater Manchester. It's about investing to create thousands of good jobs in renewables, nuclear, carbon capture, hydrogen and energy storage across the Northwest, and giving the hope of good jobs and apprenticeships for our young people. It's about Great British Energy, putting solar on the roofs of schools and hospitals like Benchill Primary in Wythenshawe and Dukesgate Academy in Salford to cut their bills and release money for frontline services. And it's about working with Andy and the MCA to help communities own and control their own clean energy projects with our local power plan. And it's about so much more besides, which is why I'm really looking forward to hearing the feedback about your discussions today. I just want to leave you with one parting thought. I'm still in frontline politics because I believe in tackling the inequality that scars our country and the climate crisis that threatens our country and our world. Don't believe those who say we can't do it, because every day you are showing how we can. Together we can, we must, and we will change our country and our world for the better. And I want your ideas, your energy, your inspiration, and your mission. I look forward to hearing about what happened at your summit today and working with you in the months and years ahead.
Amazing. And if you think he's impressed now, wait until you see how impressed he's going to be when he hears about Project Chicken. Because I am delighted that the next people on stage are the pupils at the Procol School. They're one of the winners of the GM Eco Grants for Schools project, receiving up to £2,000 of funding. So I believe we're going to see a little bit about what's going on with Project Chicken, and then I will welcome the school to the stage to tell us a little bit more about it.
The grant money from the scheme allowed us to do something above and beyond the national curriculum. Our children are really passionate about animals, and they had already researched a way to rehome ex-battery hens. So it was already on our radar as something that we wanted to do, but we didn't have the means. So the scheme allowed us to buy the materials to build the coop.
Lucky we get 3 eggs, sometimes we get 4. That means that some of the chickens have done extra work.
So as things stand, the children have named the chicken coop Beckingham Palace, and our chickens, for who we have 3 at the moment, are Pat, Marge and Dot. One of the important aspects of looking after the chickens is supporting the children to have responsibility consistently to look after them to make sure that they thrive. So we have chicken monitors in year 6 now. They applied for the job, it was taken very seriously. They come to see me every morning when we go out to see the chickens, make sure that they've got everything they need, their food, their water. We clean them up and we collect their eggs, and then they put their eggs onto the food pantry at the front of school for the community to use. The application process for this grant was incredibly straightforward and efficient. So we'd like to say a huge thank you to Greater Manchester Combined Authority for the opportunity for us to bring this project to life. I'd wholly recommend that schools and community groups take part in this activity.
Wonderful. Would you like to come and join us on stage? This is actually a particularly exciting project for me, as I'm also a trustee of a charity called Feathers Together that's all about responsible bird keeping. So it gives me a lot of joy to see young people getting so involved in projects like this so early. Have we got room for everybody? It's a project for everybody. Delighted. Can I just grab that from you and we'll pass it down as we go. Thank you ever so much.
I've got a question first. Who came up with Beckingham Palace? That was like... Oh, Miss Thompson. Well done, Miss Thompson. That was good. Good name.
So, do you want to start by telling us a little bit about where the idea came from? Are we starting at this end again? In rehearsal, we were the other way. We've messed this up already. All my fault, though. Where did the idea come from? We'll just pretend that bit didn't happen.
So I'll answer this question alongside Aria, Sophia, Alice and Jessie. Project Chickens actually came from a wider project that included children from reception to year 6 to try to make our school a more eco-friendly place. We created a pond area, an allotment and chicken coops in place for car park spaces.
Our school council is divided up like government departments, and each department has a role to work on. The departments come together and represent our school as a wider academy. The department Environment and Safety, which me and Sophia are in, had a really big role to play in the whole planning phase of Project Chicken.
We wanted to improve our school and lots of classes wanted pets. Reception class had hatched chickens previously, but unfortunately we did not have the space to keep them. This is why we thought a chicken coop would be a great idea.
We found a few charities that rescue ex-battery hens. Farms get rid of the hens once they are 18 months old because the production of eggs decreases. So that's what we decided that's what we wanted to do. So far we collect 2 to 3 eggs every day.
We thought that having chickens would be a great idea because we could put their eggs on our food pantry and cook and bake with them. So far, nursery have made chapatis with them, and we have done a science experiment with them because the shell of an egg is like the enamel.
Too.
Yes, our caretaker, Mr. Ryan, who's here with us today because he built Peckingham Palace and looks after the chickens a lot during the school holidays.
Incredible. I mean, what a thing to have on your CV, built Peckingham Palace. Andy, have you got any more questions while they're on stage?
Do you have to take it in turns for who scoops the poop out, or is it someone's job? You all have to. You take turns. You can't let somebody do that every day, could you? That would be a bit harsh. And have any of you said to your mums or dads, can we have some chickens at home because it's so much fun? What did they say? I thought that might be true. And here's one other question. Does it make you feel good when people come and take the eggs? You know, when you've helped bring those eggs to the front of school. Is it nice when you see people coming and taking them because they get the benefit from that? Good. Makes it feel worthwhile. Well, we're very proud, aren't we? Hello.
We are. We're very proud. I mean, somewhat humbled. I feel like you're all doing incredible work
Mr. Ryan
already.
could say something if you want to.
No, it's been a really enjoyable project to do. It's good to see that the kids enjoy the chickens because it's not just about the produce of food, but it's also what it does to the economics and everything else it can do from producing compost. And yeah, it's been a good project.
Brilliant.
So
Good on
thank
you. I think we all owe you a debt of thanks for building Peckingham Palace. That sounds.
We do indeed.
Do you think we should ask all schools in Greater Manchester to have a Peckingham Palace? Do you think that would be a good thing? I'm not sure they're sure about that yet. Yeah, okay. There's definitely some
Chickens for everybody. Thank you so much for joining us and for all of the hard work you do. Thank you so much.
Well done, everyone.
Thank you so much. Now, Andy, I believe people can still apply for these grants. Is that correct? Program's still going on?
I think so, unless someone from my team is going to tell me otherwise. There's a big nod going on there. So obviously the schools here, please do apply for the funding. And if you all know of a primary school or any school governors in the audience, please make sure you do get an application in. I think it's brilliant though, Alona. I don't think there's a primary school in Greater Manchester that isn't doing something to contribute to 2038. A lot of them are doing plastic refills, shops that are selling things that people can reuse. I think it's brilliant what everyone's doing, and it's great to hear about Peckingham Palace at parochial primary school. It's hard to say that. It's like a tongue twister.
Amazing. And also just for those of you who might be here from corporates, from businesses, and I don't see how you could not be inspired by what's going on, but there's also opportunities to sponsor these projects going on in schools. So if you've got schools in your local areas, to get in touch to support, or also through the GMCA, if you'd like to back projects like this, they would love to hear from you. We have, I believe, a latecomer to the event. She says, hopefully, looking out. Otherwise, Angie and I are going to have to chat about chickens for an extra moment. I'm looking to get the nod. Do we? I mean, I feel if ever there is a moment to say that Transport Systems and GM still needs a tiny bit more work, that's probably where we're at. But look how good it is when you can do it on active travel. So you may have just seen someone ridden all the way into the Co-op live for us. If you would now like to come and join us on stage. That's fine. Have you got your questions? Do you want me to do it? There's questions for you to do. Do you want me to do them? Welcome to stage. Let me pass that over to you. If everyone could give a massive round of applause to Khadija Patel, please. So Khadija is from the Wheels and Walk Fund, as you might have been able to guess from that incredible entrance using both wheels and walking. So can you tell us a little about the project and where the idea came from?
Hi everybody, I'm Khadija from Bolton. I cycled all the way from Bolton. I'm only joking.
I mean, the fact that you're here and still looking fresh is unbelievable.
My name's Khadija, I'm from Bolton. The project came from myself. I wanted to do something for myself, so I chose cycling as a sport. Not many Muslim women that look like me, dressed like me, ride. So I took it on myself to do it just for myself in my own space, in my own time. But as I was riding, a lot of women in the community saw me and saw the visibility and saw, hang on a minute, she's got a hijab on, she's got a scarf on. You know, can we join you? So I had a lot of women approach me. And obviously we run a volunteer-led youth group, a Crims Girls Youth Club. It's predominantly for women and girls. So then I thought, let's just do it properly. So then we decided to apply for some funding through TFGM, Cycling UK, ask for their support. And now here we are with the Wheels on Walk.
Incredible. I mean, what an initiative to take on there. And I think some of the best projects we see just come from those real individual moments. How has the funding helped?
It's helped massively. Obviously, I had a personal bike, but as a group, we didn't have any bikes. We didn't have any storage, helmets, you know, the things that we don't normally talk about or think about, you know, bike repair kits and, you know, tools. So the funding has helped us, you know, purchase bikes, supported us with some storage alongside our local authority, Bolton Council. They've supported us. So coming together with like TFGM, Cycling UK, Bolton Council, you know, collaborating with all these organisations, the project has flourished. So it's helped the women, helped us train our leaders, our volunteers to become bike leaders as well. Women have participated in cycling and then seen, you know, the passion that they've had. We've, you know, took it a step further and supported them in becoming leaders as well.
Absolutely phenomenal. And do we know how many people have been coached or have learnt to ride a bike through the programme?
No exaggeration, but it's in the hundreds.
Wow.
From when we started a year ago, it's in the hundreds, and we have managed to train our volunteers, about 20 women that are now bike leaders or bike mechanics.
Incredible. And what I love about that is it's such a sustainable, ongoing project that we're just empowering the next person and the next person and the next person to be able to do that. If we've got people here who are thinking that's something that I might like to come to, what does a session look like? What could they expect when they arrive?
You won't believe me when I tell you. So as women, we feel, I don't want to bring a negative spin to it, but you know, it is a harsh reality. You know, cyclists generally get a lot of hate, you know, with car drivers. So we try to cycle in the morning. So on a typically cycling day. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
You have to get up to be out for 5:30 because the roads are really quiet. There's no traffic, and we'll get together. We'll have a few cancellations naturally, like you would, but we have about 15-20 women that join us at 5 a.m. The beauty of it is that these women have got up, they've got themselves ready at that time to go do their thing for themselves, their physically, mental well-being. They've come home around 8 o'clock and the kids are still in bed. So it's just amazing. And they've come home and they're going to sort breakfasts out and stuff. So we try to do it during the week, so before the school day or the work day, and the weekends are just crazy busy.
That's absolutely amazing. I think there's just so many benefits to doing that, from increasing the way that we travel to that empowerment, as you say, as particularly as women, is finding, carving out that time for ourselves. So thank you so much for all of the work that you do. I'm sure the Mayor would also like to extend his thanks and might sneak in a little question before you leave.
Keep up the good work. That's what we want to see.
And I hope to see you one day.
Out there, 5 a.m.
What are your cycling skills like?
I saw a lot of the kids think, 5 a.m. I think I saw you. I mean, I can't get up that early.
So you won't be able to come to our women only session, but we'll do one just for you with our local councillor. Abdul's here.
Okay. If that's all right, then I'm going to have to commit.
I've never seen anyone volunteered so quickly into a session.
You both, yeah.
So the roads of Bolton are getting full at 5 a.m., are they?
With cyclists and
I like it.
predominantly Muslim women.
I like the sound of it. Yeah. Brilliant. What a great scheme, though, isn't it? And it's good that TFGM are there to support. They've really been helpful to get it going.
They have, yeah.
Good. Well, I'm glad to hear that as well. I will tell Dame Sarah Story, who's our active travel commissioner, to come and pay you a visit.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah,
and I'm
fantastic.
sure
we'll get her cycling too.
Yeah. And one thing we're going to do, I didn't mention it, it's probably relevant, Khadija, to what you're doing, but also across Greater Manchester, particularly to the schools. We are going to be expanding school streets across Greater Manchester with cameras. I didn't mention that when we were doing the transport section. So more and more streets where volunteers don't have to run it every day, where the cameras can do it. I was at a school in Trafford called Seymour Park with Councillor Ross, and one of the kids said, when I asked him, do you like it the day there's a school street? Because they're not every day because they're volunteers. He said, oh, I do like it when there is one. On days when there's a school street, I can't taste the petrol. Exactly. And you know when you hear a comment and you can never not hear it? Yeah. I mean, at 5 a.m. it's probably better, isn't it? Because you're not there. But also, you know, surely school streets, I don't know whether all the young people will want them. You can just play on the way to school and it's all a bit less stressful, isn't it? So school streets, look out for Dame Sarah Story and the funding she's got to expand school streets. So it supports everything you're trying to do as well, I think.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Wonderful.
Oh,
Thank you so much. Thank you ever so much for joining us. We're now moving on to a number of updates from the GMCA team. And I'd first of all like to welcome to the stage Councillor Ross.
Well, good morning, and what a morning so far we've had. Wonderful to hear a high-level summary from the Mayor to start off with, and the fantastic Project Chickens from Parochial Primary School as well. I don't know how I beat that, so I'm not even going to try. But what I have to say, listening to you all, not just potential future GMCA leaders, a potential cabinet there, I think, for national government. And then with Khadija as well, I am sure there is a GM Leaders Challenge in there too regarding us all cycling. It won't make me very popular with some of my colleagues, but it's definitely something that we should be pursuing. So, as you'll see, I am Tom Ross. I am the portfolio holder for Green City Region, and we've heard that this is our 8th Green Summit. And it's actually my 3rd in this portfolio position, and it is a real pleasure and an honour to be in this position and to really help with the Mayor drive our Greater Manchester Green agenda forward. We want to make sure that we see our efforts continue towards a sustainable, nature-rich, low-carbon future where everyone can live well, prosper and grow. It's truly inspiring, as I say, to hear some of our younger citizens and community groups who are at the forefront of our fight against climate change. This reminds us why we are here today and the importance of this agenda. Our city continues to thrive as a hub of innovation and economic growth. We have made significant strides in enhancing our infrastructure, promoting sustainable practices, and fostering an inclusive environment for all residents. And as we look ahead, we remain dedicated to building a brighter future for our city. Now, you will have heard of the Greater Manchester Strategy, and I'm delighted that our Greater Manchester Strategy reaffirmed our aim to reach carbon neutral by 2038. The strategy highlights the greener future as a holistic impact rather than a dedicated work stream. And there is an opportunity across all the work streams within the GMS to deliver sustainability benefits alongside the work stream deliverables as well. We also have our £1 billion Good Growth Fund, which will invest in a pipeline of projects driving growth in every district and delivering regeneration at a pace and a scale not seen before in this century. Together, we can unlock a new form of economic growth which protects and enhances our environment where no one is left behind. Investments through the fund are expected to unlock low-carbon construction opportunities, deliver modern, efficient buildings, and support infrastructure that enhances nature and reduces emissions over the long term. The integrated pipeline associated with this fund includes over 30 development projects, many of which are regeneration or infrastructure related, which will increase demand for skilled people, especially in heat decarbonisation, building retrofit, renewable energy, and biodiversity. The Good Growth Fund commitment to creating apprenticeship and T-level placements supports every delivery capacity across the environmental sector. The Greater Manchester Strategy outcome aligns with the objectives of our 5-year environment plan too, which has been in place for the last 12 months. In addition, it makes 6 environmentally focused commitments. We are already scaling up support for residents to improve home energy efficiency, increasing renewable energy generation, decarbonising the public estate, improving access to green space, strengthening water management, and growing the clean skills economy. These commitments are designed to make climate progress a real and visible in people's everyday lives. And I want to stress again, despite it being challenging, we will maintain our commitment to reach carbon neutrality by 2038. Now, as you know, the 5-year environment plan sets out 8 core aims. From creating a smart and flexible energy system to improving buildings and transport, enhancing the natural environment and air quality, and moving towards a circular economy, ensuring that our region is resilient to climate change. It is recognised that many of these issues disproportionately affect the most vulnerable in our city region. So there is a focus on us delivering socio-economic well-being as well as environmental improvement. Underneath each of the aims, there are 33 objectives and actions for all organisations, sectors and residents in Greater Manchester to support to help achieve our goals, enabling actions for local authorities and others to take support for them in doing so. The central theme is that all these improvements should deliver direct benefits to people through cleaner air, healthier places, and a stronger, fairer economy. Now, I'm going to hand over to some speakers from the Greater Manchester Combined Authority and Transport for Greater Manchester to provide a little bit more detail on what we have achieved and our ambitions for the coming year for each of these. So first of all, I'm going to hand over to Dan Griffiths, Head of Low Carbon at Greater Manchester Combined Authority, who's going to take us through energy and buildings and our progress there and aspirations for the future. Dan.
Thank you, Councillor. Hopefully everybody can hear me. So I'm Dan Griffiths, I'm the Head of Low Carbon for Greater Manchester Combined Authority. I've really only got a couple of minutes to go through sort of highlights of what we've done on the energy and building side over the last year and give you a bit of a flavour of what our priorities are for the forthcoming year. So in terms of energy. Over the last while, I mean, the big highlight for us really is around that we are now starting to mobilise and deliver the devolved funds that have been given to us from central government. So Greater Manchester, through its integrated settlements, has those devolved funds. Rather than going to bidding for them, we can actually have those funds for ourselves, and we can make sure that they are strategically distributed out. So that's been a really big win for us, getting our public buildings retrofit fund going over the last few months. Also, alongside that, we are seeing a huge number of, or a big move around heat networks. Now, heat networks can provide up to around 25% of the heat required across Greater Manchester. Obviously, that's a bit of a way off. We've got the first schemes which are going forward. They're happening in every single local authority across GM. So all 10 authorities, there's 10 schemes currently building the momentum towards those heat networks. The final one really is around rising to the Mayor's challenge there around seeing activity happen across GM around solar and energy. We've been working with Great British Energy. It's just starting up really. We're working very closely with them to get in place investments into rooftop solar. So we're seeing solar going into schools, into leisure centres, police stations, fire stations across Greater Manchester. So these are really good wins for us over the last year. I think in terms of going forward with energy, the key thing for us is about that acceleration in delivery. So over the last year, we've been working on a project with government called the Net Zero Accelerator. That's been trying to identify those areas of investment across a whole range of different types of low carbon technologies. So whether that be electric vehicle charging, whether that be retrofits, whether that be air source heat pumps, we're working with them to understand the scale of investment that we need. And that scale of investment is substantial. We've identified at the moment around £6 billion worth of investment that we could bring forward initially. So our challenge really going forward with energy is to try and make that investment happen. Bring in the grant funding that we can get a hold of, but also bring in third-party finance where we can, and make it easy for people to invest in this. So that's the energy side there. I told you it was going to be quick. In terms of buildings, over the last while, obviously, we have a really well-developed retrofit programme. It's award-winning. We won an award very recently, which we're very, very proud of. We are still delivering those from before. But increasingly, though, we're now delivering the devolved funds that have been given to us around retrofit, in particular around social housing. And we can announce now that we have also a £30 million local grant fund, which is going to go live as of today. So that's a really, really good win for us. And importantly, also, we are focusing on providing a solution for everybody in terms of their own retrofit journey. So we are now launching a new retrofit portal. That is now live. If you Google Greater Manchester retrofit portal, you'll get through to there. That will provide a route through for every home in Greater Manchester to be able to see how you can start to navigate that journey towards your own retrofit journey. So that's live currently. So that's a really good win. In terms of going forward next year, the key thing for us is about trying to make sure that we have the solutions across the piece. So every building is going to need some form of retrofit. And we need to have those solutions for that. So whether that be social housing that we have through a social housing fund, whether that be through the local grants, which is aimed towards low-income households in particular, but also the able-to-pay market. So those homeowners who want to try and invest, let's give them the confidence, let's give them the information, the confidence to be able to invest in their own retrofit. And also for landlords and for the rented sector, let's tie in with them to make sure that the standards for private rented have retrofits at their heart. So that's a bit of a quick overview, and I'll pass back.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Dan. I mean, that felt like just a 3-minute window into a heck of a lot of work that goes on in that team. And if you want to find out more, we do have a website where you can explore all the many things that have taken place over the last year. So thank you to Dan. I'm now going to pass over to Linda Steffek, who is the Senior Manager for Air Quality and Environment at Transport for Greater Manchester. And she's going to talk about transport and air quality. So, Linda.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Good. It's still morning? Yes, good morning, everybody. Just going to take you on a whistle-stop tour of transport and air quality. So our story so far, we've been very busy working to deliver the UK's first fully integrated zero-emission public transport system by 2030. The most recently, some of the major achievements have been delivering the franchise bus network, making it easier to pay for travel by introducing tap and go and contactless across bus and tram, improving accessibility at railway stations and supporting the nighttime economy with new nighttime bus services. The figures on the screen there are actually from November. They were pulled together for the local transport plan consultation. However, we've made more progress since then, up to the end of December. So some headline statistics here. 261 million journeys were made on B network buses by the end of the year. Since Tap and Go was introduced in March 2025, there's been over 65 million on bus and tram. In 2025, 700 million active travel trips were made in Greater Manchester, which is an increase of 32% on 2024. We have more than 20 kilometres of B network active travel routes being added, and also there were 1,200 cycle hire bikes were available, 300 of which were e-bikes that were added in 2025. The focus for next year is very much on the Greater Manchester Transport Strategy and Delivery Plan, which is currently out for consultation. This is to support the Greater Manchester Strategy's vision for a transport system for a global city region. I'd encourage you, if you haven't already done so, to comment on the plan, which is out for consultation until the 9th of March. You can find the consultation documents on gmconsult.org. And if you do want to find more about it, TFGM are on stand 10, just by the Founders Bar on the ground floor. Another focus for 2026 is integrating local railway lines into the B network, and that will take us through to 2028. In 2026, 2 B network lines will be connecting Manchester, Glossop and Stalybridge, and hopefully those will be delivered by December this year. From an air quality perspective, air quality continues to improve across Greater Manchester, and in the 5-year environment plan we've committed to reducing emissions that contribute to poor air quality and to support communities and businesses to adopt behaviours to reduce their contributions. In the 5-year environment plan, Greater Manchester has made a bold move in committing to working towards the World Health Organization guideline values, which are, by their admission, extremely challenging. The legal limit for nitrogen dioxide is 40 micrograms per cubic metre. So to show the progress that we've made so far, from a 2024 results, 2025 won't be available until June. But from 2024, 84% of local authority monitoring locations, of which there are over 340, were below 30 micrograms. And of that, 35% of those monitoring locations were below 20 micrograms. In 2024, from a fine particulate matter perspective, Greater Manchester, across all its monitoring locations, was compliant with the government's 2040 target of 10 micrograms. In 2025, 390 EV buses prevented approximately 84 tonnes of nitrogen dioxide being issued into the atmosphere. And by 2030, the whole fleet of 1,300 will reduce that by 280 tonnes. Also in 2025, we delivered the Burn Better campaign to help inform people of emissions from domestic burning. A focus on next year, we're going to continue raising awareness of potential harmful health impacts of burning at home, offer advice on how to reduce pollution and the risk to health, give information around the rules that apply within smoke control areas, and the most of Greater Manchester is actually smoke control area, and again engaging with businesses. Some of you may have noticed the little speech bubble and the square object on the lamppost. This is just to identify some of the low-cost sensors that we have across Greater Manchester. There are currently 43 of them, and they're doing background monitoring of fine particulate matter and nitrogen dioxides. If you'd like to know more about air quality and transport, there's a Green City World Cafe session which is taking place at 3:15. I think it's at the Backstage Club, where you can have your say on the transport plan and also give some help around how you would like to be communicated a little bit more on air quality. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Linda. I think we have to acknowledge that public transport, the B network, is a very definite policy choice for us here in Greater Manchester, and I think it's something that we should all be very proud of, having the vision that the Mayor has had to keep those fares low, to have that consistency across the patch in terms of the one fare, having those low emission, no emission buses as well has made a huge impact on not just the affordability of transport, but also our environment as well. When I think back 30 years or so to Altrincham bus station waiting for a school bus home, and the fumes that used to belch out of those buses, it was a miserable experience. And I think we've come a long way since then, and it's not something to take for granted at all. Another area where we've had a very busy year this year is in nature. And I'm delighted now to welcome to the stage Sam Evans, who's the Head of Natural Environment for the Combined Authority, to tell us a bit more. Sam.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Can everyone hear me? Yes, great. So on to the natural environment. Last September, the Mayor and Councillor Ross launched our local nature recovery for Greater Manchester, the first across the whole of the north of England, and that sets out our priorities and targets for nature recovery across Greater Manchester. But delivery of that has been going on for a number of years across all of our key partners, many of whom are here today. We're designating more land for nature, be that through Natural England leading a declaration of a 500-hectare National Nature Reserve in Chatmoss last summer, or our ecology unit bringing forward a dozen more local sites closer to communities to designate for nature later this year. We're also creating new spaces for nature as well. Lancashire Wildlife Trust have brought forward a habitat bank to maximise the opportunities from biodiversity net gain. That's in Cutacre Park. And City of Trees, our community forest, have launched their urban forest plan. And that sets out the ambition to uplift tree canopy cover across Greater Manchester, which helps reduce flooding, reduces the heat island effect, and brings lots of health benefits to our communities. Plans to uplift that to 17% by 2035, having already planted 500,000 trees across the city region since 2020. And we're collectively bringing nature closer to communities as well, be that through Groundworks green hubs, record visitor numbers at RHS Bridgewater, the planned extension to the Viaduct Park at Castlefield Viaduct by National Trust, and the setting up of a community-driven green and blue spaces action network by So the City. So a huge amount of activity going on. And all of us come together to work on the Mayor's Green Spaces Fund, which the Mayor mentioned earlier. And we've recently announced another 19 projects with a further round launching in the spring. And that will align that with our Live Well movement as well. So supporting green spaces to become a key part of people's ability to live well in the city region. On to adaptation, and we know these are really linked in that nature can obviously help us to adapt to the ever-changing climate that we see in our city region, from flooding and extreme heat. Over the last year, we've produced a Greater Manchester, our first climate change risk assessment for the city region, setting out the risks for businesses, infrastructure, and our communities. And this has been translated into an adaptation strategy and action plan, the first again for our city region. And our top climate risk is flooding. We saw the devastating impacts of the New Year's Day floods last year across many communities of the city region. We've been working with the Environment Agency and United Utilities in particular to manage water where it falls through our integrated water management plan. We've been delivering plans in Hindley and Plattbridge in Wigan, which was badly affected on New Year's Day last year. And we've also been working in places like Stockport with the Mayoral Development Corporation there, integrating water management into how we grow our city region. And we've been also working closely with United Utilities as they invest through their rainwater management programme, bringing nature-based solutions to manage water into our communities, and particularly into the regeneration of our towns and city centres. So that work will carry on, and it will carry on in partnership with all of our key stakeholders and that collective effort that we need to target the biodiversity and climate emergencies in Greater Manchester. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. I think the local nature recovery strategy is really something for us to be proud of in Greater Manchester. We were the first in the north of England to adopt one, and there is so much we can do with that to rebuild our natural environment. So I look forward to seeing that develop over the next few years ahead. Now, our final speaker will be talking about sustainable consumption, production and the economy. And so I'm delighted at this point to pass over to Mark Atherton, who is our Director of Environment at the Combined Authority.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. I hope you're having a good time. I'm going to cover sustainable consumption and production, which really is about reduce, reuse, recycle. So you've already heard from our younger guest today a little bit about this. Tell you a little bit about what we've done this year, and then tell you about what we're going to do next year, and then move the same on to economy. So reduce, reuse, recycle. We know that in the 5-year environment plan, and the Mayor mentioned this earlier, if we're going to be successful and achieve 2038 carbon neutrality, we need everybody to take action. Every driver, every householder, everybody who runs a business. But we need to help them to do that and enable them. And we're doing that in 2 ways. We've done some research this year to try and figure out what sorts of words and communication messages will most impact on people, most attract people to take good environmental choices and good environmental action. And so we're going to put that into action and create a climate awareness framework that we're delivering in the next 12 months. Also, you've seen us all wearing this Be the Change t-shirt. So we're launching today a Be the Change game available online. Around the venue today, you'll see QR codes, or you can go onto the Green City Region website. There's a stand downstairs. If you do nothing else today, please have a go at the Be the Change game. We do want to make it a little bit competitive. You look at my back. You don't have to say who you are, but we would like you to say where you're coming from, because we want to get a bit of competition going. And I think Rochdale, is it Rochdale that's running first?
We've got Bolton.
Bolton first. So it's Bolton's game to lose, as they say. You've already heard from our younger guests that we've delivered some sustainability grants. So I won't say more than we've got about 74 schools that are engaged with that over the last 2 years, and we've got more to come. What you haven't heard about is there are another 45 schools who've picked up on our Eco Refill program, and we're always looking for new schools to come on board. That's where young people are getting involved with refilling things like soaps and liquids, and making a business out of it. So they're learning how to create a business as well as being environmentally friendly. We've also undertaken research to support our industrial sectors, particularly around construction and plastics and, I've forgotten one, food, textiles, sorry. Next year, it's all about delivery. So we've done quite a lot of the groundwork. Now it's about delivering our climate awareness framework. It's about working directly with the textiles companies and food supply chain to try and improve the way that we reuse or utilize food and plastics in our system, in our economy. We're also going to deliver a business reuse platform in the coming year. And this is almost like a bit of an eBay for businesses, where businesses can put things they don't need anymore onto the platform, and it can get reused and recycled by other businesses. Moving on to economy, and this is our last section, but it's probably the most important, because what we're trying to do, as the Mayor said earlier, is create jobs for the people who are in the front row and sitting on the sides here. We're trying to create more jobs for our young people. Now, we are fortunate in Greater Manchester that our low-carbon environment goods and services sector, our green sector, is the second largest in the UK, behind London and the South East. It employs about 100,000 people, but we think there's enough room for expansion of that by at least 50% over the next few years. So there's real opportunities in areas of retrofit, heat generation, or renewables. And these are the sorts of businesses that we're trying to engage with and work directly with our colleges to create education routes for our young people to go directly through college and into good quality long-term jobs. So that's our aspiration to grow the economy over the next 12 months. We have started to work on, at the Northwest level, on improving the skills pipeline and the route to get good careers, tying in with the Mayor's strategies. And we're trying to look at other strategies for increasing the amount of work that we do directly with other sectors. For the coming year, this is where we're going to focus. So it's working directly with the sectors and our colleges to increase the number of jobs available in the green economy so that we've got more people going into good quality roles going forward into the future. We have done some work delivering a sector development plan, so we've got a plan that we've already put in place that allows us to work with those businesses and support them to grow. And crucially, what we're trying to do is, through accelerator programs using the Growth Company, we're looking at how we support directly those businesses to attract new business, to win new contracts that will allow them to have the finances to be able to support new people within their workforce. The last thing I'm going to say is that we've established an energy innovation agency about 3 years ago now, and that's working directly with 100 innovative businesses across Greater Manchester to support the commercialisation of new environmentally sustainable goods and services and bring them forward to commercial access as soon as possible. And with that, I'll pass back to Councillor Ross.
Thank you very much, Mark. So, we're on to the final couple of slides of this section, and here is a summary of what we're delivering now to build on our momentum behind our 2038 carbon neutral commitment. We're targeting zero nitrogen oxide exceedances, tackling one of the biggest health inequalities we face. We're mobilising the £2.8 million public building retrofit fund and rolling out the £26.5 million warm homes programme for both social and private housing. This links with the Good Landlord Charter to help improve standards. We're delivering a £1 billion net zero investment pipeline and progressing our 4 low-carbon heat networks through procurement. We're supporting the delivery of 35 megawatts of renewable energy, including rooftop solar across public, domestic and commercial buildings. We're prioritising the designated nature conservation sites and funding new green spaces fund projects with local communities. We're working with the Environment Agency and United Utilities to map priority flood risk areas and produce local water plans. And we've got increased climate action in schools through a new Sustainable School grant. And in terms of my final slide, I don't think I have to say any more, really. I think the pictures say it all for me. It's about all of us. It's about our wonderful schools. It's about our brilliant community groups. It's about bringing those businesses along with us in Greater Manchester. It's working between councils and other public sector bodies. I am so proud to live in Greater Manchester. I am so proud to see everything that we do as a city region on the green agenda and how we continue to take it incredibly serious. We know that climate change is a real challenge to us. We see it through everyday things, whether it be overwhelmed drains with old infrastructure that's not used to the new rainfall, whether it be through other flooding incidents, whether it be through periods of very high heat. The challenges are real, and they're things that we need to tackle. But as you can see through just some of the pictures here, there is so much that we do together as a collective to help get to that place where we reach that 2038 goal. So I'm now going to pass back to Ilona, and thank you very much for your time and attention this morning. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Always wonderful to hear all of the incredible work we have going on in the region. I know Andy will join me in appreciating just how much work that team...
It's amazing, isn't it? Are you amazed at all the stuff that's going on? It is good, isn't it? And well done. We all owe Tom Ross a debt of thanks, actually. He's a brilliant leader of Trafford, but he's led the Green City region charge. Thank you, Tom. You've done a great job for all of us. We really, really appreciate it. Hi, mate.
Right, good morning.
Okay.
Hi. My name's Robin. I work in the culture sector in Greater Manchester. Probably hear I'm a southerner, but I've fallen in love with Greater Manchester. I've lived here for nearly 15 years, and I wanted to...
So, I was born in Liverpool, so have I. So.
We can get away with it then. But I wanted to, aside from all that, I wanted to proudly tell you and everyone here that I am carbon literate.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. You're wondering what the hell's going on, aren't you?
We're all wondering what's going on, Phil.
It, though.
You stay there, Robin. Hi, I'm Phil Corbell from the Carbon Literacy Project. If we're going to do this all together, Andy, we have to start with training. And we've made this extraordinary training thing going on in Greater Manchester called the Carbon Literacy Project, which proves that climate action is for everyone. So, without further ado, Fliss, let's get a mic to Fliss. Down here. Let's have a mic down here.
Here you go.
Oh, and you've got Andy's mic. Hi, Fliss.
Thanks, hi. I'm Fliss. I work for the Greater Manchester Fire Service and the GMCA, and I'm carbon literate as well.
Marvellous. Liz, where's Liz? Liz, are you in the room? Wave a hand. We think this is where it all goes terribly wrong. No, I don't think. Oh, no, yes. Oh, there we go. Right at the mic. I told you it wasn't going to go to plan. This is the way of these things. Go, Liz.
Hi, everybody. I'm Liz. I work in Manchester and I am carbon literate.
Thank you very much. Venetia. Venetia, where are you, Venetia?
Hi, I'm Venetia. I work in Tameside. I lead employment and skills programs, and I'm carbon literate.
Yes. Okay, Phil. Where's Phil? There's Phil.
Morning, everyone. My name's Phil. I work in Stockport, Head of Sustainability at Music Magpie, and I'm carbon literate.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Anna, have we got Anna? Where's Anna? Wave a hand, Anna. This is where the wheels come on. No. Oh, she's there. Fantastic. Stand up, Anna.
Hi, I'm Anna. I work at the University of Salford, and I'm carbon literate.
Okay, fantastic. Kate, are you in the room, Kate? There's Kate up the back. I knew my colleagues were going to do their work. Go on.
I'm Kate. I'm from Stockport. I run a social enterprise, and I'm carbon literate.
Fantastic. Tricia. We've got Tricia. Where's Tricia? Yeah, there's Tricia.
Hi, I'm Tricia. I'm a Deputy Leader of Rochdale Council and Portfolio for Climate Change and Environment, and I'm carbon literate.
Fantastic. You're getting the drift in.
I'm Andy Burnham, Mayor of Greater Manchester. I'm not carbon literate, but I promise to be there by the Green Summit 2027.
That's a deal we'll keep you to. So we're going to wrap up. Who else in the room is certified carbon literate? Stand up, please. Stand up. Wave a hand. Wow. Stand up. Wave a hand.
You're putting me to shame, everybody.
Andy, if you can...
Organisation.
Thank you, Ilona. So
they're asking what's carbon literate mean? You need to explain.
Carbon literacy is a day of climate action training that you get to make, you devise, you invent your best things. It might be chickens, it might not be. But it's all down to you. Before we go, I just wanted to do the best ever selfie. So everyone carbon literate, standing up, hands in the air. You're going to have to come this way, Andy. And we're going to do this. You didn't know this was going to happen.
I'm going to sneak this side so I'm not crossing over arms.
Come here. Let's do that.
Oh, we're going the wrong way now. There we go.
Okay, everyone, hands up. Hands up. Yes. And we're there. Thank you, everyone. That's fantastic. Thank you for your help.
Thank you so much. For those of you booked on workshops this afternoon, one of the workshops will be welcoming Phil back as we talk about all the ways that you can become more climate aware through the Be the Change group and the full carbon literacy programme. Now, though, I am absolutely delighted to welcome onto stage Cunley Barker, co-founder of Natural Places.
Thank you. Can you hear me? You can hear me now. Thank you. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. I'm Cunley Barker. I'm the co-founder of Natural Places. I'm going to talk to you today about the democratization of nature, why it's good for our cities, why it's good for our homes, why it's good for our lives. And by democratization, I mean nature for everyone. But before I talk to you about that, I'm going to tell you a little story. And this story begins in the sun-swept island in the Caribbean called Barbados, where I visit my parents sometime. And there was one day I was visiting my parents, and I was with my father. We sometimes go down to the local beach and have a couple of beers at sunset, and the kids were with us playing around in the surf and the sun, and a gentleman walked past us with a lovely little dog, and my daughters, talked to him, stroked the dog, and he had a brief but pleasant conversation with the man. That man was Simon Cowell. And what was really interesting, we sat there with my dad, and as Simon walked round the little bay of the beach and stopped to look at the dying embers of that day's sun, and my dad turned to me and said, see that sun? Simon Cowell is on the same beach as us. We're standing on the same sand, listening to the same sea and watching the same sun as us. And in that moment, that was a real eureka moment for me, because I realized that he was right. Nature doesn't care about who you are. They don't care how much money you have. She doesn't care what your politics are or where you live. The rivers, no matter who you are, the rivers will run for you. The rain will fall for you, and the sun, it still shines on you. And I realized at that moment that nature is perhaps the most democratic force on this planet. Of course, the problem is that our access to her, our access to nature, well, that's not democratic, because that depends on where we live, on where we work. It depends on design decisions made probably decades before we inhabit our homes or work in our offices or walk down our streets. And at natural places, what we are trying to do is trying to change that. And there's two ways that you change that. One, you change the way people think, and then you've got to change the systems. And we work with clients so that they can understand nature in a different way, look at it in a different way, work with it in a different way, so that they are empowered to design better natural places for people, so they can improve the natural places that they already have. And if they can do that, then hopefully they will be able to do the most important thing, and that is to change the way that we as people react with nature, interact with it, because it is not a privilege to be connected to nature. Nature, we have a right. We have we have a right to be connected to nature, an entitlement for nature. And that's what we're trying to do at Natural Places, make that happen. It's great to be here in Manchester, because Manchester is a city that I believe is really pushing that forward, really raising the bar when it comes to that. And I've got two very quick examples of the work that we're doing with clients, which will show you what I mean by how we can try and democratize nature. And one of them was we were working with a client who had a big development in London. And the board of directors asked us to say, well, can you just have a look and talk to us about what it would mean for a big regeneration project, billions of pounds, to be connected to nature? And we said yes. And we asked everybody in the room just to stop for a minute and just to think and just to imagine what it would look like, what it would feel like, what it would be like if we built that new town in a forest and worked back from there. And the reason for that is it's this little tiny shift in thought, because when we build things, when we develop towns or cities or even estates, what we normally do is we get rid of nature, and then we start to draw in our roads. We draw in our streets and our services, so electricity and sewage and everything else. And then after that, we start to draw in our buildings. So we draw our homes, our schools, our sports centres. Then, if you're lucky, somebody draws in a couple of trees, and they draw in maybe a square of grass somewhere. And that's the problem. Nature has been relegated to a design decision, allocated to us, rather than something that we are entitled to. And that slight change in thought that we were managed to initiate in that room meant that all of a sudden we had more allies. We had more advocates for nature. Because let's face the facts, everybody in this room is an advocate for, well, I assume you are if you're here. I mean, you're all advocates for nature, so we are not the problem. The big question is, how do you win the argument when you or me, as the advocate, when we're not even in the room? How do you beat the spreadsheet? And those are the sort of questions that we're trying to pose in order to democratize nature. Another project we've been working with Natural England, and they asked us to look at how we can turn the dial up to get more nature into the built environment. And the problem is that housing providers, developers, housing associations are under completely increasing stresses. Costs are escalating. They've got more things to do in terms of legal requirements for homes. Prices are stagnating. They're being asked to create more green spaces. Green spaces which, by the way, in the current system, they can't actually charge for. And that's why we're struggling, not just to produce great green spaces, but to produce housing. And when we were posed that question, we looked at lots of different strategies. And one of the ones that I thought about was, well, let's look at flooding. That sounds weird, I know, but bear with me. Flooding, as we all know, is a big problem in this country. The industry pays somewhere between 1.5 and 3 billion pounds every year. The government have a system that they've underwritten called Floodry, where they levy funds from all of the insurance industry to about the level of 180 million pounds each year. That sits in a pot because when there's a flood or a claim in an area or a group of housing which is considered high risk and the insurance industry wouldn't normally want to cover it, they can draw down that money. In effect, it's insurance, well, for insurance. And our idea was pretty simple, because all of that money that we're talking about, because the Floodry program is going to run until 2039. And in that time, the government would have levied somewhere near 2.5 billion pounds. And the insurance industry would have paid in claims somewhere around 30 billion. So our idea was really simple, because that money is really there for absorbing losses. It's there for repairing damage. In other words, it's there to treat the which has all these other benefits as well. And that's the idea of the sort of work that we're trying to do, what we mean by democratizing nature. Something I must mention actually, there is probably someone in here called Steve Connor. I don't know if he's actually in here, but he is actually doing something very similar to that already here in Manchester in a project called Cyan Lines, where they're trying to align these systems to make things that normally cost us money pay for things that we need. And I think that's why it's so exciting for me to be here in Manchester, because you guys are really showing the way forward. It's a city that is proving, demonstrating on a daily basis, almost, what it means when you've got the leadership that you need, what it means when you've got the citizens and the businesses who have the foresight and the guts to move things forward. So my message to you all, everybody in this room, everybody listening, is don't stop. Do not stop moving forward, kicking down doors and leaping barriers, because what you are doing is fantastic and the world is watching you. And if you continue to succeed, if Manchester continues in the direction it's going in, well, the world won't just be watching you, they'll be following you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't think there's ever any doubt that where Greater Manchester goes, everyone else follows. Such an inspiring talk for us there and lots for us to take away. I'd now like to invite back onto stage Councillor Ross. And we'd like to use this opportunity to give an absolutely massive thank you to our headline sponsors. So if I could also invite to join us on stage, Joe Ahmed from Deloitte, Stephanie Trubshaw from SP Electricity Northwest, Simon Chapman from Dakin, Lee Zhang from Earth to Earth, Ian Belford from SSE Energy Solutions, and Graham Levinson from SureServe, if you would all like to come and join us on stage. Come on through. Thank you ever so much, everybody. Make your way through. Thank you ever so much. If you could all now do your best smile and pose. There's about 5 or 6 different cameras all pointing at you. Wonderful. Thank you ever so much. And I'm going to hand over to Councillor Ross for final thank yous and announcements of the day.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you to our sponsors. It's really important that we have the business sector behind the Green Summit and helping us to deliver on tackling the climate crisis. So a huge thank you to all our sponsors for supporting this event today. Just a few final quick words from me. You will have heard the announcements already, so just a reminder of those announcements. The Feel the Benefits campaign retrofit portal, the Greater Manchester Warm Homes Local Grant Area Base Scheme, the Memorandum of Understanding with Great British Energy, and the Be the Change game as well. Those are the things that we have announced today as part of the Green Summit. And with that, I'd like to say thank you very much for listening to this morning's session. There is still so much going on for the rest of the day. So please do get involved in the different workshops. Please do see all the huge number of stands that we've got out there. And yes, enjoy, and we'll see you again very soon. So thank you very much.
Thank you ever so much. Now, as many of you will have noticed, we have run over slightly on our times, but we are maintaining that 30-minute break for you. We want to make sure everyone has a chance to get a comfort break. Free tea and coffee is available, food's available to purchase. So please be either back in this room, the Hideaway Club, or the Backstage Club by 12:30, and all the workshops will now start at 12:30. And just once again, massive thanks to all of our speakers, our sponsors, to all of you for attending. Thank you ever so much.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience. I hope you had a chance to get at least a spot of refreshment in the last 25 minutes or so. It's been quite hectic. I hope you enjoy the new venue. We'd really like some feedback on the venue and whether you've enjoyed it or not. Great buzz around the venue so far, and the stalls are really doing some business. This panel is all about integrated water management. My name's Mark Atherton. I'm Director of Environment at GMCA. And I've got a distinguished panel with me to talk about integrated water management in Greater Manchester. So can you just invite our panellists to the stage and give them a round of applause. Come through. So rather than me introduce them, I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves and just say a little bit about who you are, who you work for, and I'd like you to answer the first question, if that's okay, as you introduce yourselves. And the first question is, there's lots of opportunities, as you know, and challenges in integrated water management. How do you think we can bring together the public, private, and voluntary sector to overcome some of those challenges in integrated water management and also support our growth plans? And I'm going to start with Pete.
Thank you. I'm Pete Bradshaw. I'm Director of Sustainability for Manchester City Football Club and City Football Group. My role is to influence change across the business, both in Manchester and in 16 other places and 12 other football clubs across the globe. What we do around the globe is actually driven by the work we do here in Manchester with Man City, with the City Council and our partners and collaborators. Trying to answer your question about what the opportunities are, how we make sure we work together and ensure that leads to growth. As Manchester City, we've invested in significant water attenuation on site and across the Etihad campus, both at the stadium and City Football Academy. And we are largely self-sufficient for water. The stadium needs a little bit more work, and when we collaborated on the building of this facility at Co-op Live, there's an attenuation system here as well. And our long-term aim is to make the whole of the Etihad campus, even the original buildings, water self-sufficient and energy self-sufficient. Where do we go from here in terms of making sure we work together? I think we need to find avenues of collaboration and not work in silos. And I'll blame myself for this. I worked with City to build a 12 million litre rainwater harvesting system. We worked with the Environment Agency, UU, and the City Council and others, but I think we could have worked better to look at what we were doing, how we did it, and how we make sure we learn from what we did right and what we would have done differently. So that's what I think we need to do. But is it right for growth? Absolutely. That attenuation tank has saved huge amounts of money for the business and been environmentally absolutely vital to us over the last 10 years.
Great, thank you. And Philip?
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Duffy. I'm the Chief Executive of the Environment Agency. We're the Environmental Protection Agency and Pollution Control Authority for England, and we also have a big role in water management around England. I think environmental protection is a team sport, fundamentally, and it is really, really hard to imagine delivering progress on some of the major issues we face in Greater Manchester, particularly the changing climate and more intense summer rainfall, but also the very real prospect of running out of water as Manchester grows. And we saw last year just how difficult it was to manage the drought around the UK without fantastic collaboration at all levels. And the question I think for us is how we achieve that. By tradition and by law, the EA is a regulator. We're here to check people do the things the law has required. But it's a different mindset to move from being a regulator to work in partnership to achieve a common goal. And I think it needs several factors that are present here in Manchester, but not necessarily present around the rest of the country. Very strong, clear political leadership, a sense of shared passion and vision for the place we're working in, making Manchester both a growing place but also a very environmentally sustainable place. It needs people to be, I think, flexible and solution-oriented in how they come up with answers. And for regulators, it needs trust and confidence they can find a solution, try and find a solution to a problem around the piece. Now, the Environment Agency actually has a statutory obligation to support sustainable development. That's in our founding legislation, the 1995 Environment Act. We're going to be 30 in April. We're a very long-standing public body, and we're trying to make sure that in anything we do, we live that statutory goal, and we think about whether we can deliver fantastic outcomes here in Greater Manchester as well as around the country more generally. And our new corporate strategy sets out how we expect our regulators to work in partnership locally, collaborate locally, and find solutions where possible. So they're the conditions of success. Being here today, seeing all of you, seeing all the different bodies that you work for and all the ways in which you're coming together with that energy and passion to deliver for Manchester is really inspiring. It tells me that if you can do it anywhere, it'll be here. And then what can we learn from here for the rest of the country? Bigger question. Thanks.
Fabulous, thank you. Jo?
Hi there, everybody. I'm Jo Harrison. I'm the Asset Management Director at United Utilities. So my job is all about looking to the future and particularly looking at climate change, population growth, changing environmental legislation and thinking about how do we adapt to make sure that we've got resilient water supplies long into the future. And, you know, as a water company, we're entirely reliant on the natural environment, and we've got to think really holistically about how we manage water. I think traditionally, the way that water companies and our regulators and government and the whole sort of system has worked around thinking about water quality, water quantity, and water resources separately. And of course, those three things aren't separate things. They all need to come together, and you need to look at a place and to look at the water dependencies and impacts within a place. So that's the sort of the approach that we're taking at UU, and that sort of underpins our strategy and how we work with local government and organisations around the region. And for the last 10 years, we've been working really, really closely with the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, with the Environment Agency, and with the NGOs that look after the natural environment within Greater Manchester to think about how we promote integrated water management. And that's really about a number of different things. It's about making sure that actually we've got enough data and information to understand how the natural environment works. Manchester sits in a bowl surrounded by the Pennine Hills. All that water runs off the hills. What can we do to protect the city in the centre that is so vulnerable? We've got lots of rivers and sewers. We've got a very sort of old infrastructure. We've got lots of overflows that we need to reduce the impact of. So I think we can only do that by working together and looking collectively at all the infrastructure that we've got. And I suppose one of the sort of the things, you asked for, you know, two areas where I think we need to sort of focus. I think one of those is around data collection, understanding what that data is telling us, so that we've all got a common view of what's happening in the natural environment and where we can best intervene. So I think that's a real focus area for us. And unfortunately, we've got great universities here in the city that are helping us do that and doing some really leading work to try and sort of understand how the natural environment works. But the second thing is really about capacity and capability, particularly in local authorities. Often we've lost some of that sort of skill around understanding how our drainage systems work within cities. And that's something that we've really got to build and focus on for the future.
Great, thank you. Deborah.
Thank you, and hello everybody. I'm Deborah Murray. I'm the Executive Director at Groundwork Greater Manchester. If you don't know us, we're a charity working to address environmental and social inequalities throughout the city region. Also for this purpose, we're also the host of the Irwell Catchment Partnership and work in a range of multi-sector delivery partnerships with diverse communities throughout the city region. So I think just picking up on some of the points that have been made and trying not to repeat what's already been said, for us as a VCFSE organisation, I think one of the key things that really needs to kind of change, in building on what Jo said about, so place-based approach is absolutely right and absolutely fantastic and something I would 100% support, but I think within that place-based approach there needs to be that absolute 100% commitment to engaging communities and taking communities on that journey with us. I look around this room, I look at this panel, it's not an incredibly diverse panel, and it's not a very diverse room, and we need to be thinking about how we are taking communities with us, both on that kind of education and awareness raising journey, but also really understanding how people in their place are experiencing challenges and issues, and what is it that they actually need in order to make that difference, either to prepare them for major flooding incidents or equally to adapt so that these things are less likely to happen in the future. And we must make the time and resource available. And I think particularly Mark's point about the question about how we do this in the growth locations, although I would argue this also applies in existing locations, is that we really need to value that expertise of the VCFC organisations and build that into our contracts and build in the appropriate time and resource to allow us to do that.
Fabulous, thank you so much. And can you just welcome the panel again? So, now we've got to know each other, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the format of today. I'm going to ask our panellists a question each, but ideally, this is a very interactive session, and we want you to pose your questions to the panellists as well. So the QR code that's on the screen is a Slido QR code. If you can't get to the QR code, you could go to Slido on your phone and type in the number that's on the screen, and that will give you the opportunity to ask questions to the panel. We're probably going to have time for about 2 or 3 questions, so they will be moderated. Apologies if you don't get your question asked, but hopefully you can speak to either myself or the panellists a little bit later. A little bit of background from me, and Joe's already touched on this. GMCA has been working very closely with United Utilities and the Environment Agency for over a decade, really, looking at how we integrate water management within our Great City region. And it's not just about how we manage the quantity of water, although that's increasingly becoming a challenge. It's also how do we improve the quality of water that we all like to live by. There's a heckler from the stage there. So I'm going to ask questions that relate to that and really talk about what we know and what we found over the last 10 years. And I think what we found is the water system has been, and still is to a degree, relatively fragmented. And what we've been trying to do as a partnership, together with our catchment partnerships and indeed with our businesses, is bring that together and almost make it more seamless, more delivered in a way which is more collaborative and more conjoined. And I think we're starting to see some benefits in that, but hopefully the panellists will elucidate further. So I'm going to start with Pete. This is a little bit out of order, but Pete has to go and manage 250 school kids in about 10 minutes. So I promised that we'd get him off stage as soon as we could. And Pete, my question for you is this. What are the benefits for businesses for taking action to manage water? What lessons have you learned? And what could you share with others here today?
Okay, let me try and put the world of water to right then from a business perspective. I think if we want to be a responsible business and responsible organisation in this city and generally across the country and in our industry, then it's incumbent upon us to actually act and be seen to be acting responsibly as well. In terms of water, we took a big decision probably about 15, 16 years ago with the City Council that in relocating our first team training ground and our academy, which previously one was at Carrington in Trafford, one was down in Moss Side at Platt Lane, that we had looked like every other football club at finding some green belt piece of land which would be easy to develop and relatively cost effective. But working with a city council that had incredible foresight about what could be and how you actively and meaningfully regenerate communities, we decided that we would build that academy, 85-acre size academy, here in East Manchester. And for those that don't know, it's literally across the road from the Etihad Stadium. And it's a recovery of a former industrial site, the Clayton-on-the-Line Chemical Works. And we opened it in 2014. And part and parcel of the discussions we had with the city, with others, was about how we manage water. We had to think about flooding. The site actually is 10 metres high on the east side, higher on the east side than it is at the west as the land flows down towards the River Medlock. So we had to think about how water moves, how we prevent flooding at times of heavy rains and so on, and capture that water, not just for us, but actually for local streets and neighbourhoods where that had been a not uncommon occurrence in the past. So we developed our landscape to capture that water, to hold it back, to be permeable landscape and to run into, as I said earlier, a significant attenuation system. And more recently, we've added to that we've built for 36 rain gardens and created more sponge areas around the estate and planted 22 acres of wildflower meadow and wetlands and so on. And that actually is partly holding back the flooding, but in times of heat waves and drought, and you're right, last year we experienced significant dry weather. We had 12 million litres of water that we use over and over and over again that prevented a huge impact on the potable water system, so that we could contain that within our own business. Why is that important to business, I suppose? Going back 12 years or so, when we invested in putting that in the ground, it cost round about £880,000 to put in the ground, and I remember the fight asking for that money. And every so often you have to empty it, clean it, make sure it's right, and you do go back to potable water. And if you annualise the cost difference of those two systems, it's £2 million a year. So environmentally, this is really important. But actually, for any business that's thinking about what water costs them, both in terms of incoming potable water, but water discharge into the EU system, this is incredibly important investment. And I've now got a business. As I said earlier, we built this place and put attenuation. We've just built a 400-bedroom hotel across the road. That's got an attenuation system in it. So we're doing this more and more and investing in energy and sustainable materials. Now, that's great for us. I think it's really good for East Manchester, but it's an example of how this city can, different parts of the city, be it a hospital, a school, a college, a university, an office centre, so one can actually really think about becoming both sustainable but actually financially incredibly viable. And I think you're right, what's been said, we need to join this thinking up and share the learnings, whether they've been difficult, but actually the successes that this city's got, because there's actually one of these systems under the Home Theatre at First Street as well. And I don't think many people know about that, but it's a great thing that Manchester's doing. We need to do more of it.
Great, thank you. And it's a real fillip, I think, to Greater Manchester to have such a sustainable business, and a business like Manchester City that is a global brand, to have a real ambassador for sustainability within our business community is hugely enthusing to our other businesses. So thank you very much. Philip, turning to you, first of all, thank you for being here today. It's great to see support from the echelons of the Environment Agency. You know, of course, that water policy and water regulation, whilst incredibly important to DEFRA, is changing. We're in a changing place. Could you tell us a little bit about what the changing regulatory and policy landscape is going to mean for Greater Manchester and the work that we're doing here with Environment Agency and others?
I'll do my best from the echelons. A big, broad question. Look, I think there are three really important shifts happening now in water policy in England that we need to be aware of. The first shift is really about sewage and pollution. There's a lot in the media about it. There's a long heritage of campaigning on it. But I would not say we have achieved a solution to those problems. But the combination of last year's price review, first price review really where the agency's advice about what was needed to meet the legal requirements on water quality was taken in full by our colleagues at Ofwat. Rising investment flows, very large programme of work here in the Northwest on improving the environmental performance of the infrastructure, and a renewed focus on boots on the ground inspection from us. They are making a difference, and you can see it. Last year, when we did our inspection programme, we found about 6% of the sites you went to had serious non-compliances in wastewater. This year, it's 3%. That's a big change. And my message to anyone who works in the industry is we expect you to fix those problems. When we come back again, we want them fixed. So that is a big change, and that, I think, is boosting confidence in the system. It's also speaking to a point that's really important here in Greater Manchester, which is I think people think that, I hear a lot about people don't care about the environment anymore. They care about cost of living, they care about food prices, the economy, they don't care about the environment. I think that's nonsense. Actually, there's really good evidence that people care much more now post-COVID about their natural environment, and people have higher aspirations for it. Bathing waters, using their water space, leisure in those areas. So we need to keep raising our game on that first shift. The second big shift, I think, is about growth. I mean, here we're talking in a city that's got twice the trend growth rate of the UK generally. It's the fastest growing urban centre in Europe. We are working on 30,000 homes worth of projects with GMCA and other partners here as part of the New Homes Accelerator. And we want to do that growth brilliantly. We want to make this the most desirable place to live, a very sustainable place to live, with fantastic water infrastructure. The days of building houses without enough water supply, without enough sewerage capacity, and without enough green space are over. And you can see that forcing some very difficult choices around England, in places like the east of England, for example, where they're very, very dry. But here in Manchester, you could actually be complacent about the level of demand for water and how we have to tackle that. And it's great to hear about your experience at Man City, but we need to be thinking more holistically about that end to end. We're seeing a wave of investment in those areas. If I had a plea for this room, we should think more about things like consumption and retrofit and behaviour, because unlike other areas of environmental work, your amount of water you personally consume makes a difference in your community. And I guess the third area that I think is a real revolution is integrated water management, in particular how we think about nature-based solutions, the combination of hard engineering and nature that can give us outcomes, and how we can think about multiple outcomes from one investment. So you mentioned the River Irwell scheme, you've got the Platts Bridge scheme, the other schemes around Greater Manchester. We're trying to make sure that we can deliver really efficient interventions that deliver clean water, that hold back flood, that in Boris Johnson's phrase, squash the sombrero over a flood peak and make sure we avoid really serious flooding. And also there are places around the country now, including in the northwest, where we're reaching the limit to what we can do with hard engineering. You know, I look at projects on my desk, you could hard engineer your way through a problem with a flood risk, but you'd be living behind a huge flood wall. And is that what communities really want? Probably not. So I think you've been a real trailblazer here for how we would do that work. There's a lot of things that could go wrong with that. For example, how do we maintain nature-based solutions? Be interesting to see what we do with the voluntary sector there. How do we fund them over their lifetime? That's a really big issue. And how do we actually account for their quality and their performance? So issues that we can solve, but need to be thought through really creatively. Actually, the experience here in GMCA is actually at the forefront of that work, and we need to see that more generally across England. Those are a few thoughts from me.
Fabulous, thank you. So, Joe, as you've heard, the water industry has a huge role to play in tackling some of the issues that Philip's just talked about. Could you tell us a little bit about United Utilities' priorities in this space, and particularly how you're working with businesses, local authorities, and indeed communities to move forward on some of the issues that Philip's explained?
Yeah, absolutely. So I suppose I just sort of pick up on the sort of the broader point around, you know, the level of investment. So we're seeing our biggest investment programme over the next 5 years than we have ever had. So we're spending £7 billion on investment to improve the environment over the next 5 years. And just less than half of that is all going to be focused within Greater Manchester. And I think the biggest problem that we see and the biggest thing that we're trying to tackle is this sort of how we manage our combined sewerage system. So these are sewers that were built in the Victorian times that take both rainwater and sewage. And if we're going to achieve the government's targets, then every overflow on that system, and we've got about 2,000 overflows across our network across the northwest, can only spill around 10 times a year on average. So in Greater Manchester, if we look at that sort of problem, to get our overflows to the state where they're going to meet the environmental targets, then we would have to build a huge amount of grey engineering, of storage. We've calculated that, and for those who live in Manchester, you'll know the Beetham Tower, the very first skyscraper that went up where the Hilton Hotel is. We would have to build 35 of those underground to be able to store the amount of flow in our sewers to meet the targets that are set out in the Environment Act. That's simply not a feasible thing to do. We'd stop the city, we can't fit it in underground, that isn't a solution. So we have to look at how do we stop rainwater getting into the sewerage system, and how do we use that opportunity to create green infrastructure that actually benefits everybody here in the room. So we're doing a huge amount to look at how do we hold as much water as we possibly can on those Pennine Hills around the city, because actually that benefits us from a water resources perspective as well. If we restore peatland, we hold as much water in the peat around a reservoir as the reservoir can hold itself. So let's tackle the problem right at the source of actually managing the sources of the rivers that supply Greater Manchester. But we've also got this unique opportunity. So we secured a huge amount of money, 230 million, as part of our last price review to deliver rainwater management across Greater Manchester. And that's really sort of focused on how do we retrofit rainwater management, how do we work with developers, so this hugely fast-growing city that we've got, how do we make sure that all that development is managing water in the way that we can see here at Manchester City. And we've got some great examples of how we're doing that now around Stockport, around Oldham in particular. But also, how do we create rain gardens? How do we create spaces that people can use? So as part of that work, we've launched a sustainable investment fund. So local authorities can bid into our fund so that they can deliver rainwater management, pocket parks, sustainable drainage across the city. But we're also working with all of those organisations that have large buildings and large space, particularly schools. So we're hoping to deliver sustainable drainage for 400 schools over the next financial year. But we're also looking at hospitals, supermarkets, stations, all of those locations where we can actually do something different to manage water in a different way. And the great thing is that delivers multiple benefits for nature and well-being as well as for water.
Fabulous, thank you, Jo. Deborah, moving on to you. So you've heard that it's important that we take everybody with us. From Groundwork's experience, how important is it that we engage with our communities, and how do you think we could do more of working with our communities to take them with us on this transition?
Okay, thank you. And do excuse my notes. The reason I've got them is because I've been talking to our people on the ground, and I want to really make sure that I reflect what they tell you, because I sit there as exec director, but I'm not the one who's out working in those communities. So I just want to make sure I reflect what they've told me really clearly. So I think you asked why we need to kind of make sure we're taking our communities with us. So I think there are probably three things there. I think one is, firstly, and I absolutely agree with Phil's comment, that people care about the environment more than we perhaps think they do. However, we're probably in a little bit of an echo chamber in this room. And actually, if you go out into our communities, yes, they care about their environment, they want to use it, but actually that's sometimes somebody else's problem when things go wrong. So I remember when, I live in Stockport. After the Stockport floods, my social media was full of people saying this is the council's fault because they haven't cleared the grids. So there's clearly kind of a big educational piece to do. Secondly, and really importantly for us as a charity, is that a lot of these communities that we are working with and who are really impacted by extreme climate events are really, really vulnerable in so many different ways. And those who are most vulnerable, with health issues, because of their economic circumstances, are the ones that are also the ones that are most impacted by climate events. So they can't recover as quickly, they can't adapt. It's not that they don't have the ability to do so. We know that our communities are strong and they have lots of capacity to deliver change, but sometimes they're just in such vulnerable situations that they're not able to do that. Therefore, we need to be engaging them and understanding what their perspective is. I talked before about them being their experts in place, and I think that's so important that we have to understand that and understand how they experience such events. And then the third thing is almost a flip of that, which is the opportunity that is created by engaging with our communities. So as I said, there are strengths there is knowledge there is understanding there. It's an opportunity to talk to them about what they would like to see done differently. We've talked about integrating solutions actually at a hyper-local scale. How can we talk about retrofitting properties at the same time as backyard suds and creating green routes and integrating all these things together so that we have a much more effective system. So how do we do that? I think I've already referenced that, this isn't a quick win. This is something that takes time and resource, and therefore we need to build that into contracts and into work programs. I think what takes the time is, number one, listening. We have to listen to people, and that does not mean sit and consult them at the start of a program and then we go away. And that listening needs to be done by a trusted potentially intermediary organisation or a local community organisation, somebody who understands the roots into that community and can represent that community effectively. So I think that's the first thing. If you take an example, we worked with, on the Resilient Roach programme, we were talking to older people about the impacts of flooding. What actually really impacted them was after the event, yes, clearly the cleanup was an issue, but actually it was the impact on the transport. They could no longer access services and they were digitally excluded. So they weren't able to kind of continue to access their services. So these are the kind of things we need to think about that sat in, kind of our agencies, we might not automatically think about. So there's listening, there's engaging people where they are. And by that, I mean, yes, everybody isn't on our page about this. So how do we reach into those communities? I'm going to give a shout out to Pete, who's gone, but Manchester City Football Club have done a great video on the end of football. Now, if you watch that video, it's really, really powerful, and it's talking to people about, actually, you're not going to have the game you love to watch anymore if you don't take action now. So there's something really powerful about that. And also we've worked with, for example, Deeplish Community Association to reach into the Bangladeshi community there to understand both what they can offer, but also understand the challenges they face, be able to use language interpreters and things like that. Just so important to get close to those people. And then my third one is about sustaining that engagement. So I've already touched on this, but throughout a whole process of, intervention, we need to be going back to communities. We don't consult at the start, we keep going back to them, we understand how they're experiencing things. We tell them when there are problems, and we're really, really honest about that. But to do all that requires investment and resource.
Fabulous, thank you. Thank you to all the panel. So, that's the end of the set questions. Now we're going to move on to some of the pithy questions from you. And so let's see how these go, because in true question time fashion, the panel don't know what's coming next. It could be interesting. Philip, I'm going to start with you, if that's okay. So the question is, given the changes to EA flood settlement, surface water flooding is a growing issue in urban areas. Our mayor is very passionate about it, as people here would tell you. How will the new EA flood settlement help local authorities both plan and deliver projects in partnership with United Utilities?
Thanks very much. I think this question of surface water flooding needs more alarm across the community. And it's great that GMCA are taking it really seriously. More people need to take it really seriously. We've seen in South Korea, we've seen in the west of Germany, we saw in Liverpool people drowning in very, very intense summer rainfall. And I was on duty, I've got some colleagues here from the agency, on New Year's Day when we had the flooding in South Manchester. That was the level of rainfall that, would not have embarrassed a tropical country, let alone what you'd expect to see in Greater Manchester in January. And that is climate change. And that is going to have big effects on how we build, how we deal with alerts, how we park our cars, how we rescue people, how we plant our gardens. And that is not a risk, that's an issue. It's coming to us, it's arriving. Now, the flood settlement is quite different. It's a great settlement. It's 10 years indicative allocation. That's really good. And it has a reserve quota for natural flood management, which is probably a more effective way of dealing with some of these problems than just hard engineering. But actually, that's only part of the solution, right? Because one of the things that I've learned in this job and looking at some of the events we've had has been things like buildings built 15 years ago will have car parking at the ground level in the basements. Those car parks flooded during these intense rainfall periods. The homes didn't flood, but the vulnerable people living in the houses had no power, no gas, and no heating. And we didn't have a plan for getting them out of the building very easily. So it's to your point really about the vulnerability of households. So we need more of a complete view of how we deal with surface water flooding. In the agency, we're trying to step up our work in modelling and giving the data about what could happen. And we've just published our latest version of the National Flood Risk Assessment, NAFRA 2, which gives down to 2 square metres flood risk from both rainfall, but also rivers and coastal flooding, gives you the depth and direction of flooding. And And what it shows is that if you live by a river, okay, the flooding might be more often with climate change, but it's still the same homes. But the shocking thing in that data is the millions of people living in homes that are not near a river, they are not on the coast, they have not been flooded previously, but they could flood in a very, very serious summer downpour. And that is a very shocking thing for a lot of people who are looking at that data, and we're not confident we've got the right solutions. I'm saying this to GMCA colleagues, but once you've spotted bad urban design that makes this problem worse, you see it everywhere. You can't stop seeing it, right? You see these enormous curbsides with just concrete and no planting in them. You see housing estates with no green space around them. You see roofs that haven't got attenuation for the rainfall, and it really starts to alarm you. And to fix that, you don't fix it via a national regulator like the EA, you fix it with the community, with the house builders, and with local government. What we've got here in GMCA is that leadership from the mayor and from his team to make this problem, tackle this problem seriously. That is missing in other parts of the country, and that really, really worries us at the EA. So thanks.
Fabulous, thank you. So I'm just going to push you on the question, though. So the new funding regime, does that mean Greater Manchester is going to get more money, more control over money? What does it mean for Greater Manchester?
Well, it means, first of all, that a big chunk of the money is reserved for nature-based solutions. So for the sort of work that you're wanting to pursue in Greater Manchester, and we're looking at in places like Plant Bridge and some of the Rochdale schemes, are going to be more straightforward to do than they are previously. Secondly, it means that you don't have to find so much co-financing, which particularly helps more deprived communities, because raising that co-financing under the previous government's policy was more difficult. That improves your chances of doing those areas. It is, in the face of climate change, all of us would always like to have more money for flood defences. We have to be realistic about the fact the government stepped up and increased our flood funding. And we have to take, as a national agency, allocate that money out, a very hard-headed approach to benefit realisation. How many homes to protect, where are they, and so on. But this should work better for areas of great deprivation in the previous scheme. So I'm hopeful GMCA will do a bit better than it has done in the past.
That sounded like a yes. I'll take it as a yes.
It's a partial yes.
Yeah, thank you. Joe, I'm going to move on to you, and I'm going to follow on with the theme, actually. You know that there's an economic push for more data centres, more infrastructure which is water intensive, especially for things like AI. What would you see as the most sustainable way of satisfying this demand? And do we need to have a more holistic evaluation about the building of these things?
Yes, I think it's a fascinating question. So across the Northwest, we at UU have received 35 applications for data centres, battery storage, hydrogen, sustainable aircraft fuel. We call it the new economy. And so we've sort of upping the focus from our side, and we've appointed dedicated people to look at this. And I suppose the critical thing for me is that when a lot of these sort of industries develop and they're looking at the sort of where they're going to locate around the UK, they are certainly looking at the land availability, they're certainly looking at the power connections, but they are rarely looking at their availability for water, and all of them require water. So we're trying to work really closely with them to try and advise them around what they can do. And I think my sort of primary plea is that absolutely none of them need potable water. So they don't need drinking water quality water. They do need water, but we can think about how we can supply them differently. So they could use treated effluent from our wastewater treatment works. They could use non-potable water. They could abstract directly from the natural environment. But I think what we do need to do is make sure that we're working together as organisations to actually look at where we've got the ability to provide that water, whether it's directly from the natural environment, working with the Environment Agency, whether it's through our wastewater assets or from other sources. So I think we do have plenty of water in the Northwest, but it's not necessarily potable water, and we need to make sure that we're investing and locating those industries in the right place.
Fabulous, thank you. Do you foresee us having sufficient water for our needs going forward in the future?
So one of the things that we have to do as part of our sort of regulation and the work that we do with government is that we produce every 5 years what we call a water resources management plan. And so we look out for the next 100 years, and we do some really complicated modelling and analysis and statistics to look at all of those climate change variations over that really long time horizon to understand how we are going to supply our region into the future. And, you know, it does mean that we are going to have to play our part in thinking about how the rest of the country is also supplied. So we are looking very much at this sort of national grid for water that we might create around the region, which might involve us importing water from elsewhere, but also exporting water to further south. So that's part of what we think about. We also look at whether we're going to need new supplies, new reservoirs across our region, or new boreholes and abstractions. And it's not necessarily that when you look at the Northwest as a whole, we won't be able to supply it into the future. You know, we do have a very fortunate region and fortunate weather that we experience in this area, but it doesn't necessarily mean that all the water is in the right place. And when you look at sort of the government's targets around things like new homes, and particularly the new towns that we're seeing within our region, we might have to invest in new abstractions, new reservoirs in particular locations to support that. But it is something that is a really prominent part of our planning within the company.
Fabulous, thank you. That sounded like a yes, and if we build the infrastructure, we might have enough to be able to move outside of the region as well. Summary, yeah? Great, thank you. Deborah, moving on to you, if that's okay. I'm going to read this one because it comes straight from the questioner. They were surprised that there was so little mention of water in this morning's session. And so their question is, do you think that we should be integrating water management into Greater Manchester's wider environmental and economic aspirations?
Interesting question, and I wasn't actually here this morning, unfortunately. But I'll take your word for it. Absolutely. I mean, I think we've just heard this morning how essential it is, and I think part of the issue, particularly from a kind of, I guess, an engagement perspective, is that I think that kind of integration isn't happening in the conversations. So I think there's often a conversation about net zero, or there's a conversation about reducing carbon and energy. And then there's a conversation about reducing water, and they're all happening in separate silos. And I think we can clearly see, we've talked about today, the power of thinking about water in a different way, so that actually, if we think about it within, I don't know, co-design within a community, so you've got a new community park, and you can actually talk about improving the biodiversity, designing in water, natural solution, I'm forgetting my words, nature-based solutions into that park, helping that educational process as part of that. So you're really very much doing it in an integrated way. In the same way, if you think about retrofit, again, you know, there are whole programs of retrofitting homes within Greater Manchester. What we would love to see is a conversation about actually, we call it whole house retrofit, but that's purely because we haven't come up with a better name for it. But it's absolutely about thinking about having that conversation about not only how do you do the retrofit, which is in the insulation, the boilers, all that kind of thing, to also thinking about how you're using your outdoor space. Where do you have a water butt? How do you do grey water recycling? All that stuff, taking that out into the alleyways between, you know, kind of particularly our older terraced properties. So it's all those conversations which are really different, but it's about, I think, joining it up in a way that it creates opportunity for people as well. It isn't just about this is a preaching or a telling approach, but actually this is about creating an opportunity to do something better and to create more resilient places, but actually they're better places to live and they're healthier places to live.
Great, thank you. So I'm conscious of time, and we've got a very patient audience. I'm going to ask 2 quick-fire questions now. So I'm looking for, I feel like Fiona Bruce, it's great. Power. 2 quick-fire questions. I'm looking for like a sentence each, if that's okay. All right? So the first question is, I love the way this is phrased. In the last 12 months, we spent half the year trying to move water away quickly and the other half trying to save it. How do we ensure the people of Greater Manchester value water? Deborah.
Take them out and just show them what works. I think there's nothing more powerful than actually seeing projects that work and then inspiring people to take those actions locally.
Great. Jo?
I think the answer is nature. I think, you know, we have to deliver nature-based solutions, not just at scale through organisations, but house by house. So people need to value nature to be resilient.
Thank you. Philip?
I mean, last summer in some places, not here, we used the day zero concept If you use water at the rate you're currently using it, at that milliliters a day, your local community will run out on this day, make better choices. And we did see in parts of southern England that had a real effect on consumption. Can be done.
Great, thank you. And the last question, starting with you, Philip, if that's okay. Can you tell us about one opportunity in the next year that you are excited about?
In water?
I suppose you could pick another topic, but it would be...
Yeah, I think we've just introduced in the east of England water trading, and we're doing exactly the sort of retrofit that I think Groundwork are discussing. And we can show that if people get water butts in their homes, they think about how they pave the front of their houses, think about how they garden, you can make a statistically significant contribution to closing the gap in water consumption. That not only tackles the big structural problem, provides water for power centres and other uses, but it also connects the public to their natural environment and helps them think through the impact of climate change on their garden, their environment. I think that's a really good thing to do, and it will build the support and engagement of the public, and we could do something similar to that here in Greater Manchester too.
Great, thank you. Joe, an opportunity you're excited about?
So I think over the next year, we're going to see the delivery of 2 big projects at UU that look at the overall position and data around our great cities of Manchester and Liverpool that are going to tell us exactly what we need to do to actually re-sewer and re-plumb those cities. And I think that information will just spark a whole host of different opportunities for us that all of the organisations here today can benefit from.
Fabulous. Deborah?
So it's not a single opportunity, but shameless plug. We're soft launching our new strategy today at Groundwork GM. And part of that is about creating resilient places. And I really want that strategy to help us build on those conversations we're already having in the growth locations, around new funding streams, to help us start to deliver all the stuff I've talked about, community engagement, whole place retrofit.
Fabulous, thank you. So that's the end of our panel discussion. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you have too. Can you please give a warm round of applause for our panelists? I've got to say kudos to Joe for describing Manchester's weather as favourable. I've never heard it described like that before, but I will use that again in the future. That's superb. I'll finish by just saying this. The work that we're doing in Greater Manchester on integrated water management is of national significance. So National Flood Risk Task Force, Resilience Task Force are taking notice of what we're doing here with United Utilities, Environment Agency, and indeed our catchment partnerships, because it is a different way of working. Now, obviously, government is looking for innovative solutions which perhaps cost less or are more effective for the same cost. And that's really what we're trying to pioneer here. So when you hear integrated water management, I know it sounds a little bit boring, but really what we're trying to do is deliver more with less and give our residents and our businesses the best opportunity to manage water in a way which is more sustainable and benefits their lives and their business models. So that's what we're going to be doing over the next 12 months. We are prioritizing our work around floodwater management, risk management, and trying to identify 10 hotspots that we can really work together on to try and look at how they interact between surface water flooding, riverine water flooding, and indeed sewer overflows, and how we can manage those 3 challenges all in one go. So one final round of applause for our panel, please, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us, and appreciate you sticking with us as there was a little bit of delay there with the previous session overrunning. My name's Sarah Samuel. I'm a director at Deloitte, and I sit in our infrastructure and sustainability team. And I'm really pleased to be chairing this session this afternoon around green skills. This is a subject that's very close to my heart. I've spent quite a lot of my career working on energy, water, transport, and how we make that infrastructure more sustainable. And a common theme across those sectors has been about skills and how do we get people with the right skills in the right place to deliver the transformation that we need. And when we talk about decarbonisation, this is really about all of us doing something different in our lives, in our businesses, in every organisation that we're in, making different choices. And there's a huge opportunity there to make that happen, to bring skills and growth and really support the economy in the Northwest as well. And this isn't just a topic that's close to my heart, it's actually very close to Deloitte's heart. So we partnered with good people to set up a net zero jobs initiative in the Greater Manchester area, and Deloitte funded the first 50 places available on that scheme to bring more young people into jobs, into the green sector to drive decarbonisation. So we were really pleased to be able to support that initiative, and we're really pleased to be here today. And the opportunity in Greater Manchester is absolutely enormous. We did some work recently with the Combined Authority and estimated something like 5,000 to 6,000 more jobs are needed just to deliver on retrofit targets in the region. So that's a huge number of skilled jobs that are needed to be able to reach those targets. But we also heard in the engagement that we did with businesses, with young people, with educational establishments, that it's often hard to know what the route is to those jobs. How do you get into them? What skills do you need? What is the career pathway? And in this session, I've got a fantastic panel here this afternoon. We'll get into some of those topics. And I really hope that this will inspire you and really show you the opportunity that there is in the green skills sector in this region. So first of all, I'm going to ask the panel to give a one-sentence introduction to themselves so that you know who is up here on the stage. Then I'm going to ask some questions to our panelists, and then I will open the floor to questions from you. There's going to be a roving mic, and we'll come to you with some of those questions. So, panelists, would you like to give your 1 minute introduction, please? Sorry, one sentence introduction.
I think my job title alone is longer than one sentence. I'm Ashley Hume. I'm the Green Tech Sector Development Lead for Green Economy. Green Economy is the low carbon and green tech sector development specialist within Greater Manchester. We've worked on various initiatives to support the development of green skills. So we worked on a project alongside MCS where we fully funded level 3 electricians, certifications to become solar installers, and then once that training was complete, alongside MCS and ourselves, we carried on that additional support to basically stop the drop-off of people that have done that qualification, that certification, to stay into the sector and build a whole package of support to continue their progress into the sector.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anna Dorr. I'm the Principal and CEO at Wigan and Lee College. The college was named one of the first technical excellence colleges in the summer, and ours is in construction, and we're responsible for working across the Northwest for the sector of construction for further education and skills. I also chair the Greater Manchester Colleges, which is where all the FE colleges in Greater Manchester come together to work collectively in response to the Greater Manchester strategy. And of course, the skills pipeline, and especially the skills pipeline to green skills, is very, very high on our agenda.
Hi everybody, I'm Liz Price from Manchester Metropolitan University, and I'm Deputy Pro-Vice Chancellor for Sustainability there. And my role is to work closely with the colleagues in estates and facilities, but also with every member of our university staff, students, partners, to lead our sustainability strategy with a particular focus on education, research and partnerships. That's really what my remit is. But I also co-chair the Civic University Board Green Skills Working Group, which is a partnership of all the universities universities in Greater Manchester, GMCA and the colleges to look at what the skills pathway looks like for green skills in our region.
Hello, I'm Venetia Knight. I'm the Director of Employment and Enterprise at Groundwork Greater Manchester. We're a local environmental charity that focuses on social justice, climate action and nature recovery. Within my job, I'm responsible for all of our employment and skills provision at the Trust, including green skills. So our work is around building pathways into jobs within the green economy within areas that we deliver services in, so things like retrofit, energy advice, and natural environment kind of careers. We have a particular focus on helping people who may have additional barriers to the labour market and young people so that they can sort of get started and get a good career in the green economy.
Hi, my name is Rob Stoner. I also work for Groundwork Greater Manchester as a green doctor. I provide sort of frontline support to people across Greater Manchester, sort of focused on energy advice, but sort of not limited to that.
Brilliant, thank you very much. So a very illustrious panel that we have here and who will be able to bring a great range of expertise to our discussion. So Ashley, can I start with you? You work closely with businesses in Greater Manchester. What are employers telling you about the demand for green skills and where are they really struggling to find people?
So in terms of struggling to find people, we support them through our funded contract. So we work with the businesses to understand their sort of barriers. The biggest challenge for them is just showcasing the different variety of roles that they have, and just obviously engaging with local training providers, the local colleges in particular, raising the awareness of the different opportunities that these businesses have. So it's not just your typical solar or heat pump installer type roles that they have. There's a variety of opportunities that these businesses have. We work so closely with these organisations and really want to encourage more people to come into the sector, whether they have the additional skills and just require a bit of additional upskilling to move into the sector. But also the younger generation, they're really interested in showcasing what they do. So we encourage them to engage with the colleges, like I said, but also workplace safaris. Again, just getting the next generation to come in, see what they do, the variety of roles and the opportunity that's in the sector as well. So I think for myself, it's great that I work with so many organisations that are so passionate about the sector, but there's a lot of collaboration and discussion between businesses as well. It's not a closed shop. So we find organisations are really encouraged to support and peer mentor each other. So we're working on projects at the moment with Nesta, which is around heat pumps. So we're working with different manufacturers, different businesses, and the discussions we've had with businesses that are already operating in the heat pump sector is they're really encouraged to speak to new entrants to come into the market, and they're not being guarded with their secrets, so which is great. So they're willing to share that knowledge, that experience, and demystify the process of becoming a fully certified heat pump installer, and just support them as much as possible and being that sort of guiding arm as they come in, because every business that we speak to really wants to elevate the sector, encourage more people to come into the great market that we're operating in.
Perfect, that's great to hear, and perfect segue into my next question about sort of the connection between businesses and the skills they need and education. So Anna, from your perspective, how aware of young people of the sort of opportunities in green and retrofit careers, and what helps them to make that transition and understand what the opportunity is available to them?
It is interesting. I think from a college perspective, we approach the adults quite differently to our young people. For adults, it's mainly upskilling because they will already be employed or they're going straight into the workplace. For our young people, they are further away from the workplace. So it's about schools and colleges really working together to raise awareness as much as they can. And obviously stakeholders such as statutory authorities and employers as well play a huge, huge part in that. I think in terms of what schools and colleges want to do is that we, I suppose, want to lose the label green skills. Because a lot of young people, and I understand why the sector uses it, and I understand sometimes in strategic conversations we use it, but in schools and colleges it doesn't mean an awful lot. What we talk about is the future skills in sectors such as construction, engineering, and that is how our young people see it. So even if they go and do an engineering or a construction course, for example, now, they won't all be doing green skills. There will be a mixture of what is in the here and the present, at least for the next 10 years, and then also adding on what we would class as green skills. So it is about highlighting to them the opportunities, the range of skills that will be needed in specific sectors, so that they know that they are going to be upskilling and working quite differently in even 5 years or 10 years from now, and helping them understand that requirement for being upskilled. One of the things that I think really makes a difference is when we get that extra support from other stakeholders around careers. So when employers offer placements, whether that is at school, but most certainly at college through things like T-levels or through city and guilds or trade qualifications, but also things with the statutory authority, because at the moment, Greater Manchester Combined Authority do an awful lot in terms of their careers platforms. So we have Beeline, we have GMAX, and those are platforms that are highly independent. They work and raise the awareness of job opportunity across the city region, but also spell out what those pathways are. So those jobs of the future that many of our young people have never even heard of, they can do the research into those jobs, they can find out about them, they can see the pathways through education into jobs that they've not even heard of yet. So that whole wraparound support is absolutely essential when we're looking about getting their sights set in the right direction, but also truly understanding what the opportunities potentially are.
I love that. I really love the idea of talking about future skills, because that is really what we're talking about here, is how do we build a different future, not, for people and for the region and for the economy, and also that sense of the ecosystem of support that's needed, that you need a whole load of different organizations to come together to make those careers visible, because people can't go into a career they don't know about. So I really love that. Thank you. Liz, looking at the sort of universities and education providers, how can they better prepare? I've got written on my notes, prepare for careers in the green economy. I'm going to say in the future economy. And what kind of skills and experiences make the biggest difference, do you think, for people coming into the workforce?
Well, I'm going to echo quite a lot of what you just said, so hopefully there'll be some synergies there. But I think the first point I'd like to make is that we need to recognise that students are time and money poor. They don't have time to volunteer, or they can't afford to volunteer. So it's really important that what you're providing is integrated into the curriculum, into their course, and into their university experience. So it's inescapable, if you like. Following on from your point, I think it's really important to focus on a future-focused curriculum and to engage with employers, to embed future-focused work for sustainability, for green skills in all disciplines in a way that's relevant to those disciplines. So, for example, at Manchester Metropolitan, we embed education for sustainable development and carbon literacy in all our programmes, regardless of discipline, so that everybody is equipped to be a change agent of sustainability, whatever career or life path they take. And we also offer specialist programmes as well for those who really want to specialise in some of those areas. And we also offer opportunities for people who are already in work, like our corporate responsibility and sustainability practitioner apprenticeship. And I'll have to give a shout out for some people in the audience who are on that programme. The other things that I think are really important, as well as engaging with employers and embedding it everywhere, is give students the opportunity to take part in live projects so they can practice in complex real-world situations with challenges set by external organisations like employers, like industry partners, like NGOs, so they can experiment and see how it works and get that experience so they get an adaptable, sustainable mindset so that they can practice sort of, we call it head, heart, hands, so the knowledge, the skills, the values. And they have that mindset that then can be adapted to different situations when they leave. So again, at Manchester Met, we embed work integrated learning into all our programmes, working with partners, external partners, to design those activities. And finally, something that's a little bit trickier, I think, is interdisciplinarity is really important, because in the world of work, we always work with people from different disciplines. And some of our programs do that very well, some of them aren't quite there yet. So we supplement that with a fantastic program of extracurricular activities called RISE, where students can work in interdisciplinary teams, different subjects, different levels, to address real-world challenges set by organisations in Manchester, Greater Manchester, or even globally. And we work within our own institution, but we also work with other institutions as well, so students really get the chance to mix. And one really nice example of that is that the Civic University Board Green Skills Working Group has established something called the Green Careers Mission, where all the universities in Greater Manchester work on challenges linked to the GMCA Environment Plan, on challenges set by organisations in Greater Manchester. So that's something that we're doing right now regionally. But I think it's also important to mention that universities can support schools and colleges. We've heard a lot today about young people, and a lot of our students say they didn't really get anything in school. So the Department for Education has a sustainability and climate change strategy that commits to support schools and colleges with nature-based solutions with climate action. And we as a university, we are partners in the National Education Nature Park and the Climate Ambassador Scheme. So we support those programs to develop that pipeline going further. So as you said, it's all about future-focused curriculum. It's all about working in partnership. You can't do anything on your own. SDG 7, partnership for the goals. It's pointless doing anything on your own. In terms of what makes the biggest difference, I think it is experience and confidence to apply those sustainable knowledge, skills, behaviours in different situations. Because once you've done it once, your confidence grows and you can demonstrate that you can do it again and again and again, regardless of what the future holds and how things change.
Thank you. I really recognise your characterisation of hand, head, heart. You know, that there are many levels that we need to have sort of the right skills, the right mindset, the right knowledge around in order to be successful and bring people into these future skills roles. So, Venetia, coming to you, you work directly with people who are entering the workforce. In your experience, what are the biggest barriers that they face, and what are the things that make the biggest difference to people entering the workforce?
So I'm going to sort of start off talking about careers advice and understanding around the green economy, because that's what everyone has been talking around. We do use green skills as a bit of a shorthand, but it doesn't really help people understand. There isn't somewhere that you can go and find out about green skills jobs, because they overlay lots of different areas of the economy, different sort of industry sectors. So I think that people might be thinking about wanting to work in the sector, but the places where they go to get careers advice don't really understand it either, or they might be talking to parents and carers, things like that, so that they've not got access to good information. So I guess it's, for us as a sector, as sort of professionals, that we've got to work hard around making sure that we're putting out consistent, accessible information that people can understand. And they need to be able to know how you progress, sort of if you do this, what happens next, so that there's a proper line of sight to good quality jobs, to sort of quote a recent strategy document. So that's a sort of a big part of it. So being able to provide really good information is important. Sometimes people do have particular kinds of barriers, sort of individual barriers that might make it difficult to get jobs. Sort of confidence around maths is probably quite an issue in a number of different jobs in this sector. So that can be a problem. That there are ways of addressing it, but it's a bit of a problem for a lot of people in the workforce or seeking to get into the workforce. Also, things like having a driving license not having a driving license can be quite a problem for a lot of jobs in the green economy, because it kind of sort of goes against it. Hopefully you can get to work on the B network, but you need to drive in work for a lot of jobs, whether you're going to people's homes, you might be doing retrofit projects, they're fairly mobile. So some of those sorts of individual barriers that can be a problem if you've not got lots of cash, basically, to be able to invest in that training. Accessibility of training options can be a barrier for people, where to go, where they are, knowing what to do. So those things can be an issue. But I think really the biggest challenge that we've got at the moment is an experience gap. So what people, you might have done some training, you might have got some qualifications, but then the jobs, there's a real lack of entry-level jobs and apprenticeships. It's not just a problem for the green economy, but it's quite apparent. So that it's like you need to have some experience, but how do you get some experience if you haven't got a job? And I kind of reflect about my own career history. I graduated from Manchester University more than 30 years ago with an environmental biology degree, and at that time there were far too many environmental graduates for not very many jobs. So again, everything that you look for required some kind of experience. So I joined Groundwork as a volunteer straight after I graduated and then did a structured volunteering program. 6 months later, I've never been out of work. Actually, I didn't leave Groundwork, but it was just that opportunity to build up 6 months of solid work experience that really sort of proved my worth, and my skills became apparent about things like being able to write and communicate, to be able to find stuff out, form relationships that you just need to be in work to do sometimes. But those at that time, I was able to sign on and get housing benefits, so it was affordable, it was doable. But that's not the case now, and volunteering or internships and something are kind of, it's only for people who can afford it. So it's not an option for a lot of people. So I think that what we've really got to do is work hard on creating pathways of jobs with training. So this is how we approach a lot of our sort of training offers at Groundwork, where we'll employ somebody in a sort of a temporary role. We might use wage subsidy or different ways so that we can be training people, get people qualifications whilst they're working on the job, and they're getting all of that kind of guidance, mentoring, support. So we've done things like the Cadent Foundation Green Doctor Academy, which Rob's going to talk about. We did a program called New to Nature, which is 12 months sort of waged employment with training to get people started in the natural environment sector. So it's sort of thinking sometimes creatively about the resources that are out there. The government is sort of commissioning the jobs guarantee for young people. So I hope that we'll be able to use some of that funding to get young people started in jobs in the green economy as well, as long as they can get training alongside it. So I think those are probably the biggest problems that people trying to get started will find, that it's hard to get started in a job. Particularly, there's a lot of jobs are with SMEs or with small employers who just can't manage to take people on and sort of be working and training before people become productive and earn their wages back, essentially. So I think those are the key things that I'd say.
Brilliant, thank you. And I loved hearing about your challenge at the start of your career. I have a master's in climate science, and my first job after that was working as a receptionist, where I did a lot of photocopying. But then an employer took a chance on me as someone who didn't have much experience in working in the climate space, and developed me and gave me the skills that I now have, to have that career. So you're so right that finding the training and the jobs that come together to bring that experience in is absolutely critical. Finally, Rob, I want to come to you, and you personally transitioned into a green career through the Green Doctor program, which we just heard mentioned. So could you tell us a bit more about that? Tell us a bit more about your journey, what worked well for you, and what really helped you to make that transition.
Yeah, so I think previous to working for Groundwork, I was a bike mechanic for about 10 years, so green adjacent, but not sort of strictly as part of it. But after a sort of tough time after COVID, I thought I fancied to change, something a bit more stable, maybe with a few more prospects and other places to go. So I started looking for a job. But as I'm sure a lot of people who have done a bit of job searching sort of found out, there's a really difficult to find somewhere, even with sort of transferable skills, if you don't have experience, and it's really difficult to get experience if you don't have the job, as mentioned, and sort of caught there. So a job with Groundwork popped up, and they just started working with Cadence at an academy. So I was able to sort of start there, get a job straight away, and get some fast-track training, which sort of took me through that. And on sort of for Cadence as well, I was committed to a certain amount of work on projects for them. So they sort of got a payback from that, but also I was trained up and able to sort of do a productive job and earn while I learned, which I think was the important bit, because I didn't have the spare cash or time to, step outside what I was doing and do a training course or anything like that. There wasn't really the budget and overhead and things to do that kind of thing. So having somewhere that sort of taught me what I was doing while I was doing it was really important. And now I can see from that, I'm very much enjoying the job I'm doing at the moment, but there is prospects and further training and other places I can see where, sort of specialising in things like green tech and things like that I'm sort of looking forward to learning more about.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. It's always really helpful to hear people's personal experience, I think. I'm going to open the floor up to questions in just a moment. Oh, I've seen a hand shoot up straight away. First of all, I'm going to come back to Ashley. I've seen 2 hands at least already. Ashley, having heard from our panel, and particularly Rob's experience there, tell us a bit more about some of the practical steps that employers are taking to sort of tackle some of those barriers that we've heard about.
So as I mentioned in the first question, seeing more businesses, and I encourage more businesses, especially businesses that are in the audience today, to engage with your local colleges and your local training providers. Go along to your local schools, and as the panel mentioned as well, just showcasing what your business does and the variety of roles within that organisation. As I mentioned, the workplace safaris are always a great way of just seeing like work in action. So there's a couple of our members, so we've got a green tech space on level 1, a bit of a plug there. So we've got various green economy members there as well, and some of those organisations have built their own sort of workplace safaris with local colleges to get students to come along and see the variety of opportunities that they have. I would also look at, and this is like slightly off topic from the question as well, but one of the barriers is the cost of training. So we've, as I mentioned, with the accelerators that we help develop, there's obviously that barrier when it comes to businesses of upskilling existing staff and the cost of that as well. So there's typically a three-prong hit is obviously cost of training, wages, and the time they're not working with the organisation. So if there's an opportunity to streamline that, then fantastic. I really encourage local authorities, combined authority to support with any additional funding. We're always looking to streamline as many pathways as possible for businesses and people that want to move into the sector as well. So yeah, hopefully that's answered the question.
Funding is always a challenge, so the more we can do to join up different funding streams to get a good impact always helps, I think. Okay, I'm going to open the floor up to questions. There's a lady in the red top in the middle here, and then we'll come to the lady in front.
Hi, my name's Liz, and from April I will be the Northwest lead for the Association for Project Management. Everyone on the panel today has said the project word at least once. So my question is, how can I work with people on the panel to join the dots between the corporate members in the Northwest, there's at least 75 of them, all of the project professionals that are our members in the Northwest, and the education providers?
That's an excellent question. Anna, would you like to have a go at that one?
No, it is an excellent question. And I think one of the things that we do incredibly well here in Greater Manchester is we work collaboratively, and collaboration means that we bring those stakeholders together in the right forums. As skills providers, we do work collectively, so whether it's Greater Manchester colleges, which is all 9 FE colleges across Greater Manchester, whether it's the universities, we do have the forums and the collectives through which trade bodies, organisations, membership organisations can absolutely plug into the conversation around skills. And of course, one of the things that does is it brings leverage, it brings help to employers and employees to be able to source the skills that they need. We have got flexibility in Greater Manchester around funding projects. Ashley's mentioned some of those already. We've got funding through our colleges and our universities that we can actually develop very bespoke training programs and very sort of individualized responses to skills need. So I would advise that you link in with people like Liz and myself and Ashley, and that we will be able to put you into those networks where the funding and actually the bespoke curriculum design really, really does begin to make a difference. And of course, the Construction Technical Excellence College, which is affectionately known as the CTEC, being based in Wigan, is a huge, huge boost to Greater Manchester, because not only are we working and leading throughout the North West, but it means that we've got that real win-win here in Greater Manchester as well. So the contacts are here, and I think lean into them, and we'll be able to network you through that.
Liz, was there anything you wanted to add on that one as well?
Just to say well said, and yeah, please get in touch. And I think my colleague Keris might be in the audience, but she's our head of employer engagement. And so, yeah, we'd love to talk to you. We'd be delighted to work with you.
Fantastic. We had another question in the middle here. If you could just grab the mic behind you, stand or sit, up to you.
Is this, yeah. So my name is Mandy, and I'm from Bolton, and I'm a resident. But before that, I'm also a governor at a high school in one of the most deprived areas in Bolton. Right, so my question is twofold. First and foremost, oh, by the way, I also come from a technical and vocational background teaching. We had the, when I was, doing my course, we had City and Guilds, RSA, and the National Vocational Qualification, GNVQs, and then we had BTEC, and now we've got T-levels. My problem is that there are so many qualifications, and when a new government comes, they may change. So how are the training providers able to actually say to the government, look, this will not work, because I always think that it comes from a national government. That's my first question. My second question is about, you've talked about young people having all these opportunities. There are 10 boroughs in Greater Manchester, and each borough has its own, what can I say, problems and challenges. So for example, at our school, when we have a careers day, it's usually the employers that are like Sainsbury's and maybe teaching and so on, who come to so that our young people don't have opportunities to actually, talk about or find about, and we don't have that money as well to go into. And also the problem is our young people will not even have, for when you're coming to work experience, the companies in Bolton are not there. So how do you actually help these young people? Why don't Manchester or other boroughs join up and say, look, if you can't access these jobs in Bolton or work experience in Bolton, or maybe go to Manchester or go to Rochdale or whatever, and we have that problem at my school. There are just no way where our kids can go for work experience. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So two questions there. Anna, do you want to come in on the first one?
Yes, there is a huge raft of qualifications, isn't there? And we are currently going through yet again another reform. So we will have T levels and we will have V levels, and we hope that that will make the technical landscape a little bit more straightforward. And that means that our technical training is going to be reshaped at all levels. It will become clearer, but there is always a bit of a storm before, the sunshine. So we are going through that, and I think that will be done. I think one of the biggest challenges we have is around apprenticeships, especially in the sectors where green skills are needed and where those future jobs are. And it is interesting. I hear what you say about the differences in the boroughs. I mean, obviously, I'm based in Wigan. We're right next door to Bolton. We've got the Construction Technical Excellence College, which means we're leading in the North West. And we're also one of 5 colleges nationally who's got over 1,000 apprenticeships at 16 to 18 being delivered throughout the borough. So there are opportunities. I think it is about us working together collaboratively, as you say, to make sure that that is evened out across the whole of the Greater Manchester region, because it really is vital that we get those opportunities mirrored in every single borough. I don't know if anyone else wants to pick up part of that question.
Yeah, well, Venetia, I was going to ask if you wanted to pick up on the second part in particular.
So yeah, I mean, I'm a massive fan of sort of finding ways to sort of educate and inspire young people, whether that's through different kinds of workplace safaris or different ways to engage with employers so that young people can find out about those range of opportunities, because it's so diverse. And then work experience, because it's often so much about who you know, isn't it? Who your mum and dad know for you to get your work experience. So at Groundwork, we will often offer work experience, say for young people who are in care, who haven't maybe got a mum or dad to help them sort of broker those opportunities so they can come and do a work experience with Groundwork. But last Green Careers Week in Trafford, we worked together with Groundwork and the council and employers and education providers to put together a really exciting package of experiences during Green Careers Week. So there was all sort of cross-sector, so that schools could come out, could have visits, and can find about stuff to inspire. And I really, as a sort of an action, I really think that in Greater Manchester, all boroughs need to do that next year for Green Careers Week, so that there's a proper Bolton offer, because it sort of starts off that process about finding out about things, and then the school forms relationships, which then makes it easier to sort of organise work experience placements, because you've started to find those contacts. So I think as a sector, for businesses, third sector, private sector, we need to put our time into offering those opportunities to inspire young people. I think it's really, really important. Otherwise, people won't know what they should be doing. And it's just sometimes that first thing, that first opportunity to talk to an employer or just find out about something that you didn't know about can set you on train to go into a career that's different to what other people are doing. So, yeah, really important.
Fantastic, thank you. Do you want go for it?
Thanks. Can I just add a couple of things to that? I think from what I've heard is that careers teachers really aren't very well supported in finding out relevant information. It's hard for them to find that information. So EAUC have done a really nice green careers guide for schools and colleges, but also a green careers guide for careers teachers. So I'd recommend that maybe you could share that with your colleagues, because it gives a really good starting point to give some inspiration about where they can find ideas. And also, has your school signed up? The gang in there know what I'm going to say. Have they signed up to the National Education, Nature Park and Climate Ambassadors? Because those are free programs that schools can sign up to, and that can bring people into your school to help you, or your college to help you start making practical changes, but also give a spark of imagination to pupils about what might be possible in the green sector. So, and if Simon and Jenny and Cormac, they'll talk to you about that in a minute if you're interested.
Brilliant, thank you.
I like matchmaking, sorry.
There was one more question at the front here. And then I can see one further back. So we'll take those two, and then we will need to move to close the session.
Oh, well, Liz has kind of stolen my thunder, if you like, because I'm coordinating the Climate Ambassadors program in the Northwest, and I'm here with colleagues who are also coordinating the Nature Park program in the Northwest. So that's supporting schools across the Northwest with climate action. So every school is meant to have a climate action plan. I don't know if everybody knew this, but as part of that, climate education and green skills is built into one of those 4 key areas of the climate action plan. So my question isn't so much a question for the panel as an ask to the audience, that if there's anyone here that wants to, share your passion, share your skills with schools, schools are asking for this. They really want people to come into them to tell them about, tell the students about what you've done, your career path, perhaps, even if it's not, standard, or even if you're not a nuclear engineer or a solar panel installer. In fact, schools are looking for people with maybe non-traditional kind of roots. But just the key message is there's a route in which you can share your skills with the schools, and that's through Climate Ambassadors. So please sign up if you're not already doing that. And yeah, just get involved with schools, and I'm very happy to take any questions or meet people afterwards.
Great, thank you. A fantastic call for action there. So there's a question on the side here. I think if we take that one, and then I'm afraid we'll have to move towards wrapping up the session, but the panelists will be here, and if you've got further questions, do come and speak to us afterwards.
Hello, my name's Alex, and I work at Oasis Community Learning. It's quite a nice segue from what we've just spoke about, actually, because my job is to work within this multi-academy trust. We have 56 schools across England, 8 of which are in Greater Manchester. And we've interacted a lot with client ambassadors, or we encourage our academies to interact. For context, I work on the environmental team, so it's part of what we do. But we encourage our academies to interact with client ambassadors, the nature park, and you know, other similar schemes like eco schools and like Let's Go Zero. But I think one of my question really is that those things are great, and it's really wonderful to get volunteers into our schools, be that primary school or secondary school. I think the thing we struggle with is how do we encourage that kind of embedding of green skills across organisations, across schools, all the way from primary or even nursery all the way up. Because I think that's something I've seen. I've been a teacher before as well, so I used to be a geography teacher, and I've seen this kind of like great examples of embedding green skills into schools, but it's quite hard to have it across a school, across a primary school, or even across a trust. So the question to the panel is, where would you advise on approaching that, including interacting with things like client ambassadors and so on?
Okay, a substantial question there. Anna, you're catching my eye.
I don't know how I've ended up always catching your eye, Sarah. Yeah, I mean, I'm in a college, so I suppose it is slightly different. And I think that one of the challenges that schools have is, and I'll take a curriculum answer as opposed to a wider school approach. But I think the national curriculum engenders obviously very academic study. It doesn't engender necessarily practical skills. And some of those wider skills, therefore, that come with practical skills around innovation, independence, all of those things that I think really lean into a technical skills agenda. I know quite a lot of the schools are beginning to look at how they can refresh their curriculum, make it more technical. And of course, we have got the initiative here in Greater Manchester, which is the MBAC, which is looking at championing more technical skills through those key stages, right the way through to key stage 4. It isn't always an answer, but we know that more heads are turning to a revised approach. So we're currently launching in September for next academic year a Key Stage 4 construction activity in Wigan, where the schools in Wigan will be able to send their young people in year 10 and 11 to actually learn about those newer construction skills, green skills in construction, so they can start their college career one level up at the next level or straight into an apprenticeship in a way they couldn't. So that's a curriculum answer. I know it isn't a whole school approach, but certainly in terms of curriculum, that is one of the things that is beginning to happen.
Brilliant, thank you. Yeah, do come in, please.
Hi, Alex, nice to see you. So I'll talk about universities first, and I'll talk a little bit about how you might be able to do it in your organisations that you work with. What we did is we got our students to train our senior leaders in carbon literacy, and that was really powerful, because then every senior leader got it, so that then when we co-created our sustainability strategy with all our staff and our students and our external partners, they got it, and they couldn't really say no, because we had so much support from all our staff, all our students, all our external stakeholders. So I think it's about demonstrating that heart aspect that I talked about, that motivation. But I think everybody wants to have a purpose, whether, they're young people at school or college or university or an old wrinkly like me. You want to have purpose, and you want to make a difference, and you want to enjoy what you do. And I think if you can look at the value that these things add to any discipline, the sustainability adds to any discipline in terms of some of the co-benefits, in terms of a sense of purpose, a sense of agency, a sense of dealing with climate anxiety, because you can demonstrate to young people and pupils that they can make a difference, and that they will make a difference. I think that's really important. So thinking about some of those co-benefits. Student experience is enhanced when you embed education for sustainable development, because you've got that head, hands, heart, that practical agency. Graduate outcomes, so outcomes for your pupils, will be enhanced as well. So I would start with the co-benefits and then go on, by the way, you can do this by embedding green skills in what you do and how you do it. I'll give you a really nice example. Who would have thought that history, politics and philosophy department would be mad, crazy keen on sustainability in our university? But they are, because we gave them the principles, we looked at the co-benefits, they embrace work integrated learning. All the external organisations their students go on to work with need those skills. So, everybody in our university has embraced it in a way that's relevant to them. So you have to meet people where they are and show how it adds value to what they're already being asked to do. It's not an add-on, it will add value to what you're doing, it will enhance it, it will make it more fun, more interesting and more purposeful.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We're at time, so I have one final quick-fire question. And Rob, I'm going to start with you, but I'm going to ask all of the panelists to give a one-sentence answer to the question. What is the first barrier that you would tackle to boost green skills, future skills in the Greater Manchester area?
Thanks for starting with me. It's a big one. I'd imagine it's funding for people that don't have access to it. I think that's probably the big one. I think, just giving people a leg up when they need it to sort of get where they need to be, whatever their challenge might be.
Perfect. Thank you. Venetia?
I'm going to say it's about getting the building blocks right with careers advice, and getting that sort of inspiration into schools so that young people and the parents know what the opportunities are. And I think we need to if we get that right, then we can build from there.
Brilliant.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's about making clear that every job is a green job or a future-focused job, but also focusing on the co-benefits. Start with the co-benefits and then say, but you get this by this, this and this.
I think, reform the growth and skills levy so that employers can invest appropriately in the way they want to upskill and reskill their workforce with these skills, the green skills and the jobs for the future.
I'd love to see standards and accreditations be streamlined as much as possible to encourage more uptake. Mandy's given one prime example. From an installer side of things as well, I think that would really encourage uptake to more people becoming certified and then elevating the sector as a whole.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, for being here with us this afternoon. I really hope you've enjoyed the session and, hugely insightful afternoon session from our panelists. So please do join me in thanking the panelists and enjoy the rest of your day.
I've got a mic. Oh, do you want me to speak to him? And then there's a mic there.
There's a couple of roving ones there, yeah.
Have you got
Yes.
another? Have you got another mic? Or
No. Get them to stand up. I reckon. To do,
Oh, you want them to do their fine.
their bit, and then use the roving mics for the panel.
I'll just introduce them.
Do you know who everyone is?
Yeah.
Paulie and
Yeah.
John and then Charlotte. Okay.
Okay. That's me. Good afternoon. Thanks very much for, it's been a very, very busy day, and this is a very long room, isn't it? My name is Professor Will Swan. I am struggling with my notes. Welcome to the Accelerating the Low Carbon Transition session. Just a very brief introduction from me. I'm the Director of Energy House Labs at the University of Salford, so anybody who's aware of like sort of Energy House 2, that's kind of my research hat. I'm also Director of Sustainability for the University of Salford, so overseeing sustainability for the whole campus and the students and the staff. But also my other role is I'm the Vice Chair of the Low Carbon Challenge Group. And so what I'm going to do first is just kind of lay out that ambition, and I think Andy laid it out very strongly and committed to net zero by 2038 very strongly again. And the Low Carbon Challenge Group is really that their role is to kind of bring together building systems to kind of understand how it all fits together and working towards this Greater Manchester energy model. And really where we're looking is, electrification, renewables, heat networks and low carbon hydrogen. But actually to make that go, that's making investable propositions. So using the net zero accelerator to kind of pull that together and look how we can invest in the city and in the system. Simple things that targets that have been laid out for the next 5 years, an extra 375 megawatts of solar, additional storage to allow that flexibility to make the system work. And engaging, so I think one of the things, and particularly, me, I spend a lot of time with technology, but understanding how we can bring that to bear in a way that doesn't leave low-income households out. So having that not only a low-carbon transition, but a just transition. I think from the buildings perspective, which is the area, I'm very fond of, 60,000 homes to be retrofit in the next period. And I think that's a really ambitious target. And one of the things that we're working as Energy House Labs is how do we do that in a way that works, in a way that is more innovative, and in a way that we can accelerate that. I think all new homes and buildings, so the totally affordable net zero ambitions that Andy's laid out for affordable homes, but also net zero homes. And I think this is the message that's kind of, for me, has come through all day, is it's not just green, it's not just net zero. There are so many co-benefits that come from that in terms of healthier homes. So, good performing homes are generally healthier homes. They have better air quality. They have less problems with damp and mold. Thinking about how we grow the skills, and I think that session that we've just seen, for those of you who are in that session, future skills that help deliver that kind of net zero ambition, understanding the finance models. And so, I think really when we think about net zero and the message that Andy gave this morning, I think a lot of people have repeated throughout the day, is that actually kind of net zero underpins what we want for the city about healthier, greener, more affordable, better quality homes for the city. And I think that's a really, really important message. I think for me individually, my commitment to making the University of Salford a sustainable university and the work that we're doing around establishing a retrofit innovation centre in Greater Manchester, those are kind of our commitments to deliver that. So I think, that's enough about kind of the plan and my involvement. I think we've got a great panel here today, so I'm going to introduce them all together, and they'll come and give a 5-minute presentation, then we'll have a short question and answer session. So in order of appearance, Charlotte Wood from Great British Energy Local, John Kirby for SSE, Paul Auckland for SP Electricity Northwest, and Ian Bevin at Robert Heath Heating, part of Dakin. So, Charlotte, if you'd like to... Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. So I'm here today to talk about the local power plan. So it's a GBE UK-wide programme to unlock community and local energy. So I'll talk through what's in the plan and then how our MOU with Greater Manchester turns that sort of national support into real delivery in the region. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so this slide sets out the sort of core purpose of GBE Local. So right now, a huge amount of local renewable potential never gets built. So because of barriers like early stage finance, capability gaps, sort of grid connection delays, and so on. So and the absence of scalable business models. So these are the barriers that hold back generation nationally, and they're exactly what the local power plan sort of is designed to remove. So our ambition is to support over 1,000 local and community energy projects. So not one-offs, but a steady flow of viable, investable projects. Okay, so through the plan, we're aiming to build scalable, self-sustaining business models so community energy groups can grow. We will act as a sector leader and a market maker, so not just a funder, but helping to standardise, de-risk and accelerate local energy projects and provide the expertise, tools and capacity that is sometimes lacking in community groups or councils. And we want to ensure every community has the opportunity to benefit from and own local clean energy by 2030. Okay, and then this slide again shows what the local power plan offers to communities, local authorities and other organisations. So we know from evidence that the local government and community energy pipeline is around 1.9 gigawatts, but a large share never reaches construction because of financing and capability failures. So the early stage funding is really, really crucial. So I think it's about 72% of groups have said that access to finance in the early phases is their biggest barrier. So that's why the LPP is looking to fund the feasibility, development and pre-construction. So the sort of exact stages where a lot of projects stall. So as I said, so we'll provide that funding to help projects become investment ready and expert support as well. So commercial, legal support and project development. And then, so it's really sort of a long-term investment plan, really, to attract private capital, build repeatable models, and use aggregation to bring those costs down. And perhaps most importantly, GBE is dedicating sort of 1 billion this spending review to local and community energy. Okay, and then the final slide. So this is regarding sort of our MOU and our agreement with Greater Manchester. So the MOU gives us a structured way of working together. So it lets us share data, insight and learning in a more sort of deliberate way so projects can move more quickly. And then it also means we can sort of jointly share learnings and use that really to co-develop models that are genuinely scalable. So a large part of this will be building and maintaining a pipeline of local solar, wind and storage and community-owned projects. And we want to identify at least one pilot within the next sort of 12 months. And then I've mentioned as well the capital toolkit is on there. So we'll also be able to draw on the capital toolkit. So that launches in the summer this year, and that will set out sort of the funding options and the early stage support available nationally, which places can use as they develop their pipelines. So that's everything from me.
Thanks very much, Charlotte.
Thank you.
Thanks. John?
Good afternoon, everybody. Bear with me while I get the right slides up. That's not my slides. Any questions?
Next one.
Good afternoon again. So, hi everyone. I'm John Kirby, Head of Low Carbon Solutions for SSE. My background is plenty of different things. Probably the last 20 years or so have been working for a couple of energy companies, nearly all in the low carbon or the net zero sector. I've been with SSE about 3 years now, but prior to that, I was with another one of the energy companies, mainly focused on domestic solutions, and including working with Greater Manchester on retrofit programs as well. So in my background, or my team's backgrounds, probably delivered about 100,000 or so retrofit homes across various programs, and now more recently focused on solar. So that's a bit of my background, and you can ask me any questions about any of that if you wish. Oh, there you go. I've changed my title on this slide, but that's okay. It's the same sort of thing. We'll see what happens tomorrow. So in terms of SSE, we are a big old business constituting several also individual large businesses, and this image tries to get the scale and the breadth of what we do onto one nice, neat picture. So on the left-hand side, we generate power through a range of means, but increasingly renewables focused. So we have a lot of wind farms, both onshore as well as offshore, typically around the UK coast, but increasingly around Europe. We also have a whole load of hydro plants, typically a lot older, typically in Scotland. And we're increasingly developing out large-scale renewable projects, such as, which I'll talk about more so, solar and battery. We've then got a chunk in the middle of that image, which is about getting it from where we generate it ultimately to businesses and homes across UK and Ireland, so the transmission piece and the distribution piece. And then finally, the really important bit on the far right-hand side, and it's really important because that's where I work, and that's where most people in this room and business, both as residential customers and businesses, start seeing what these energy companies such as SSE do, which is where it lands in your home and lands in your business. It's important to I think it's important to sort of see the scale of that, and over the top of that also say that SSE is hugely committed to what it does here. It's hugely committed to net zero and that pathway. The level of investments are, over the next 5 years, something like 33 billion across the image you can see on there. A lot of it is on wind farms. A lot of it is on the connectivity, in effect, to get to homes. But a lot of it is on that right-hand side to get it to homes and to businesses, both in UK and Ireland. More locally, we signed an MOU with Greater Manchester a couple of years ago to ideally look at pilot projects, innovations, flexibility to get more projects to the area. Even more locally to what me and my teams do, we are working in Greater Manchester already in terms of a number of solar projects. And whilst not in the GMCA footprint, we're invested in a solar installer in Burnley that we launched, or we invested in last summer. Oh, it's me clicking the slides, isn't it? So this slide is now much more to what my area does and what hopefully we can talk to businesses both locally and nationally about. We do solar, and there's many routes for doing solar for any business. On the left-hand side, if you're a business with a roof that you may own, you may lease, or ground that you may be able to lease or you own, or you have car park that you'd like to put some carports over, we can work with you to figure out how to do that. So we'd start really early with you to understand what are your energy needs, to build a feasibility, some options, and then you might be able to see it on the slide, take that all the way through to do the feasibility, come up with options for you, fund it if that's the direction you want to go, which works for us as well, install it, ongoing support, and then the ongoing support and maintenance and in life running of that project. Second sort of two sides of this slide, we can either fully manage that project for you. So we'll put the cash in, So it's free of charge on day one for your business. And we get paid back by an energy price for that solar, which is typically 30, 40, 50% cheaper than being able to buy that power just on the open market. So straight away you're saving. And we're getting paid for the solar that's been put onto into your business in effect. Then the final bit on the right-hand side is if you want to own that solar farm and you want to own the power generated, so you pay up front. We still do all the bits along the bottom of that slide for you, so that it is pretty much a turnkey option for you. And it can be that straightforward. The first step is really with you to understand as a business or a local authority or a provider of solutions to somebody, for people in your area. Do you want to do solar? And if so, do you want to invest your money, or you want someone to help you through that process? And that's where somebody like SSE, there are others that can help, but somebody like SSE can support. The one question I'd probably I'd put across is, if I go back to that slide, is somebody like SSE is in it for the long run. This isn't the case of investing in a solar project and then just flipping it to an institutional investor. All of the investments here that SSE does are 15, 20, 25 plus years. So it's we'd be in it with you for the long run. I'll pause there, and I think I'm handing over to you. Paul. To Paul.
Thanks, John.
Yes, hi there, everybody. I'm Paul Auckland. I wear various hats within SP Electricity North West, as we're known now, looking after all sorts of strategic teams, so leading on stakeholder, something we call distribution system operation, also our relations with government and our regulator, Ofgem. Love to see so many of you out there. So, just a little bit of who we are. Seems important to just cover that off. There have been some changes. So, you've probably heard of Electricity North West. I hope you all have. We're the local distribution operator covering this region, getting the power to your front doors from the national grid. Actually, pretty exciting news for us. We have now joined the Iberdrola family. And that's a business that's run out of Spain, actually one of the largest global energy companies now, of which our part runs from just south of Manchester all the way through to the Scottish border. What's exciting about it is that as we have joined Scottish Power, you'll see that our blue region is just sitting between the south of Scotland distribution network and also the Wales and Merseyside network. So as now within the 3 distribution area business within Scottish Power, we're looking forward to our next business planning period, which runs from 2028 to 2033. All of you are benefiting right now, I think, from the power that we distribute. We run a very reliable network. It's one of the best services outside of central London, in fact, the second most reliable network in the country. London's so very reliable because so much of it is underground. So they've got a little bit of an advantage there. But we work really hard to make sure your power is reliable, always there where you need it. A big theme of today's conference, and I talk a lot now about green growth, was talking about net zero and decarbonisation to start with, but that's great. You know, we want to achieve all of those things, but actually the mission now has got much more of a growth focus. We'd like jobs, we'd like cheaper energy, we'd like more resilience and security, so that's where we fit into that picture, obviously without getting the electricity to the homes and businesses that need it. There won't be that green growth. You won't be able to connect your distributed low carbon technologies as easily without us. And our aim is to be there before you need us. In fact, we don't want you to worry too much about SP Electricity North West. We just want to make sure you can consume electricity when you want, and connect to our grid and use it seamlessly. Massive changes ahead, so big changes in all your demands when you add them all up together. By 2035, maybe a 60% increase in the amount of electricity that we need to move around our network. By 2040, maybe a doubling. So massive, massive changes. We're a services business. As I say, we want to make sure that the power gets to you. You don't have to worry about it. You flick the switch and on comes the electricity. Your solar panels run all the time. Your EV charges when you want it to. Maybe your EV in future is helping us operate the grid as well as lowering your bills. That's our aim as a business. Some of the things that are changing, though, by 2040, our forecasts we're looking at show that perhaps 9 out of 10 drivers in the Northwest will have electric vehicles. There'll be an awful lot more rooftop solar. I was pleased to hear that mentioned earlier because it's a thing that's really practical in central Manchester. So plenty of room for rooftop solar. Maybe a bit harder to put up wind turbines, but some good capacity there. So if people want to come and talk to us, then of course we'd like to help you connect up any renewable technologies, but there's certainly a massive opportunity with solar. A little bit about our perspective on this as well. So as I say, we're here to serve customers. This is a chart of things, how they're changing for us as a business. So the top row, the blue is all about an old fossil-fired power station. On the left-hand side, electricity transmission grids, that's like the motorways of the electricity network. And then the distribution bit is the little transformer that sits down your street. And there's you in your house on the right. It was a one-directional flow of electricity from the national grid to you, by and large, very predictable, day after day, small changes, obviously big changes between winter and summer, but plenty of time to adjust to those because there's so many days in the year. The much more complicated chart below, powered by wind energy in this case. Still got the transmission network there, but as a distribution business, we're becoming far more technology enabled. We've got far more going on in terms of community energy, storage, lots of real-time monitoring, far more than we used to have. Believe it or not, that grey box on your street probably isn't actively monitored what it's doing. It's still got a dial on it that somebody comes and looks at once a year. That's changing. We're putting that monitoring out there. Your electric vehicle and your solar panels, they'll be helping us actually manage that grid. Maybe we'll come and put a bigger transformer in over the next few years, but we'll possibly be knocking on your door asking about your flexibility and how you can help us keep safe and reliable supplies and bills as affordable as possible within our region. Some of the things that are happening, so seamless connections for LCTs. Proud to say that in our region, relatively, you've got quick and easy connection times. Now, I know there's going to be somebody out there who comes and says to me, well, my experience hasn't been exactly like that. On average, we do quite well in terms of getting connections organised. There's clearly room for improvement. We're on a journey as more and more connections come forward. We need to develop how we do things and make sure that we can connect them even faster. The network operations side of things, we have new systems and processes. It's kind of like an autopilot for the electricity distribution grid. We call it active network management. That means we can plug in way more of your demands and your generation and just run the network nice and smoothly, dealing with all of that extra complexity. And I've talked about market development. Well, critical, really, that we're looking for everybody to become, have you heard the term prosumer? And we always mention Octopus, really, at this point, and Octopoints, there are plenty of other suppliers out there. I did see an Octopus stand downstairs, but actually, that's kind of the future, those kind of ways of getting engaged and helping the grid balance. In Greater Manchester, partnership working is key. We've got a long track record of working with GMCA and all of the Greater Manchester local authorities. Obviously, all of those across our region. I've just got a few examples here. So we're a key member of the GM Strategic Infrastructure Board. We're also investing about £2 billion total costs in the current 5-year period in the network and gearing up to invest in our Greater Manchester plan, new major infrastructure in Wigan as well. So lots happening across the region. Got many things going on with EVs and heat pumps. One that I'm quite proud of is what we're doing with helping the B network decarbonise. So those lovely yellow buses, the electric buses running around Manchester. We've done some clever things with the operators so that they rapidly charge at times when electricity is relatively cheap and the capacity is easily available. We don't stop there. We also help customers. So it's all about the communities that we serve. So we give free impartial advice to customers who face barriers to engaging in net zero. One of the key things for us is that actually for this net zero transition and green growth to happen, everybody needs to feel the benefits. So why would I support it? Well, I've had help in lowering my energy bills. My community centres had assistance getting batteries and also in installing solar panels. My school's had its electricity bill lowered. All those sorts of things. It's really important that together we ensure that everyone sees the benefits of net zero and they're spread across the whole region. We do have a stand downstairs. Come and talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. It's all about listening to the community and making sure that what we're offering is meeting your needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. And finally, Ian.
Afternoon, everyone. You'll be pleased to know I'm going to be short and sweet, so I'll move it on. So my name's Ian Bevan. I'm the Commercial Director at Daikin and Robert Heath. I'll just quickly run through who we are. So Daikin are a manufacturer of heating, ventilation and air conditioning systems, particularly renewables. And more recently, we've invested in the service side, so service, repair, maintenance, because we see that as moving forward as that technology becomes more mainstream in our communities. Then one of the areas that we have to focus on is how we repair and fix and maintain these units. So in 2024, Daikin purchased Robert Heath, and then quite quickly after in 2025 also Saltire. So those two businesses can service, maintain and repair not only traditional gas but also renewable technologies. I'm going to just talk quickly about, we've been working with Greater Manchester for a number of years. I first started working with Greater Manchester back in around about 2012, and we ran a jointly funded social housing retrofit project, probably one of the biggest social housing retrofit projects in the UK at the time. So that was back in 2012. That led on to trying to build our partnership, and we signed an MOU or a Memorandum of Understanding with Greater Manchester back in 2021. The idea of that is that we work together with Greater Manchester to help on this decarbonisation journey, look at innovation. How can we make retrofit easier? How can we make renewables and sustainable low-carbon technology become a bit more mainstream? And in the short period, which was around about 18 months when we first signed the MOU, this is just a bit of a snapshot of some of the things that we did. So we installed over 1,500 heat pumps, predominantly retrofit and predominantly social housing sector. We've also looked at, we were downstairs talking earlier, and the whole economic growth plans around Greater Manchester are not just about economics, but it's also about the social growth at the same time. So as well as investing in what we're doing economically, we need to invest in how we build that socially. So we've trained 35 college tutors on what we call a Train the Trainer scheme on how to deliver renewable training. We've sponsored the Green Summit for many years, and here we are again. We've recently been out in schools looking at a renewable heating curriculum because we think that's important. There's still a bit of a disconnect. If we think that the low carbon or the green economy is important, and obviously we do. There's still a bit of a disconnect about younger children and school leavers making that switch. So we've recently been out in schools looking at a renewable heating curriculum and working with primary and junior schools. Innovation, we've worked on the 5G project, which is a connection project, where we're looking to connect existing heat pumps to the network so we can do things like DSO in the future and look at flexible tariffs and try and manage those running costs for the residents. And then recently, last week, the Embassy Village was opened, one of Andy Burnham's projects, a homeless project where we look at rehousing homeless people in the Embassy Village. And again, it's part of that, as well as the economic growth, it's the social element that goes with it. And we worked with one of our partners and donated the equipment for the Embassy Village, we had an opening event last week. And that meant just last year alone, our contribution, as well as the investment, was around nearly £500,000 of social investment as well in Greater Manchester, which I think is something that we mustn't lose sight of. It's not easy, particularly social housing retrofit. In private retrofit is very much the same. And we see a number of challenges. And we are working with the partners and the organisations within Greater Manchester to try and break down those challenges. So senior level collaboration is key. So the team at Greater Manchester, we work together closely with them, and we look and think about how can we make this easier, for the residents of Greater Manchester. Upskilling we've mentioned. We think it's really important that our younger school leavers and existing trades, as part of that just transition, get to learn the green technologies and enable them on that just transition. Education and awareness we spoke about, so we've been in schools, we've been in colleges, and we'll continue to do that. But importantly, resident engagement strategy. I think it's really important when we're looking at retrofit projects that you really need to have to engage the residents. They need to feel part of that project if we want it to be a success. So we work quite hard, again, with partners and housing providers in Greater Manchester to try and help do that and be part of that. And then trying to develop a social housing platform or more connecting these heat pumps. You can do a lot more with renewable technologies than you can with the traditional fossil fuel appliances. But in order to do that, you need to be able to connect these. So that's via the cloud, you need a connection. And so we're working, again, as part of innovation projects to try and make that easier for the residents and the housing providers. As we say, there are some challenges, and since the MOU's finished, Greater Manchester, again, forward-thinking, have set up a low-carbon heating industry group for organisations here that either work, operate, or are based here in Greater Manchester. And again, that's looking at innovation. How do we make this? How can we get this to start working at scale? And some of the challenges you can see there in terms of low-carbon heating, for us, if you look at the heat pumps, there's still quite a low number of measures that are going in. And that's because some of the challenges that these housing providers face when doing that. So a lot of the work we're looking at now with the low carbon heating industry group is how do we make that easier? What can we do as businesses within Greater Manchester, as manufacturers, as installers, as housing providers? How can we make that easier? So the low carbon heating industry group is up and running, and if any of you are not involved or have not heard of it, then please make inquiries and be part of that group. And I think you'd be glad to know that's me finished. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Ian. So we're gonna have we are very, very tight for time. So we may not have time for questions for the audience, but I think hopefully maybe the panel will be able to pick up some. So I'm just going to fire out a couple of questions really. So I think one of the things we've talked about is households, occupants, and communities. Just a quick question, Charlotte. How are we going to get a step change in local power projects, community power projects? What do you think are the drivers that are going to take that forward?
Thank you. Yeah, I think so. A step change for GBE would be, so rather than having a few projects, you have sort of hundreds or thousands. And then I think there's a few other things like to pair that with to make that happen. So that would be so providing that early financial support to projects, but sorry, I don't think I'm speaking into this very well. Providing that early sort of financial support when that's needed, but not And then alternatively, not just that financial support, but the sort of capability and capacity support, so in templates and things like that for community energy projects. So yeah, those few things, and then so we can turn our sort of 1.9 gigawatt pipeline from sort of theory to reality by that, hopefully. Thank you.
So, anyone else want to jump in on that one? It was very specific. So I think the next question, and it leads to households and businesses, so sort of one for John Annian, is how do we engage better with businesses, first of all, and then households? And I think, let's start with businesses, and then I'll add a caveat to the household question.
With any specific technology or just more broad?
Yeah. I mean, what's going to get businesses to kind of bring it up? Even above and beyond the business case, is there something more we can be doing to engage businesses in helping them understand where their role is in the transition?
I think the answer is yes, isn't it? Undoubtedly. I think as industries involved or businesses involved in net zero, I think it is actually upon us, so, people here on the panel, many of you have no doubt, to really help with the education and the awareness piece around the various low carbon technologies. Some of them are really obvious, some of them are less obvious. I'm slightly biased, so I have been involved in most of these low carbon technologies. I think solar is dead obvious. People don't tend to worry about what it looks like on their roof, whether you be a domestic customer or a business customer. Solar in fields can be a bit more variable around where it's problematic or not problematic, but pretty much every business that has solar done for it will save money immediately. You will either, as a business, choose to invest your own cash, in which case you'll get a payback in 10 years' time, or 8 to 10 years' time on average, or you'll choose to get somebody else to pay for it, in which case you're getting payback on day one. The barrier to entry for something like solar can be really low as a business. So if there are businesses, schools, trusts out in the room who want to listen, I'd say you just need to know two things. Firstly, three. One, do you want to get engaged in it? Second, hopefully the answer in this room will be yes. Secondly, do you want to pay for it or do you want somebody else to pay for it? And that can be a big debate internally. Both routes will save you money in the short to medium term. And thirdly, just you need a bit of data. Yeah, we always need a bit of data, whatever we tend to do. And for this, it's simply, do you know how much power you're using on an annual basis? If you've got those three things in place, then go and talk to somebody. Talk to me, talk to other businesses that do low carbon technologies or do solar. Pick a reputable one, whoever that might be, and then have a conversation with them. It's low risk to have that conversation. So we as an industry need to help continue educate and drive awareness, and then you just need a bit of data and a bit of, yeah, we're going to do it, and then go ahead and do it.
Thanks, John. So I point at householders and occupants. So, and I think this has always been a challenge in some respects with businesses. You get a business case and things can move on. Householders, it's much more emotional. So what are you doing? What do you think we need to do to kind of get householders to engage across the 10 years?
I think, yeah, you're right. It is. I mean, it is probably the biggest challenge for us in decarbonisation, particularly retrofit. New build, we hope that there'll be some sort of future home standard around the corner, which might help us start tackling new build, and we see more new homes, you know, that are decarbonised and have low carbon systems. But I think the retrofit, yeah, it's difficult, and I think what we need to do is, if you look at either the social housing or the private sector, you know, we speak to a lot of housing providers on the social front, and they really do want to do that. They really do want to decarbonise their stock, but they have a number of other things that they're trying to focus on. So EPC Band C as a starting point, and now there's AWAB's law and damp and mould and air quality generally. And then there's trying to decarbonise, you know, maybe the heating system. So I think we've got to look at, again, as an industry and as, you know, people like Greater Manchester, look at how can we help with different innovative ways of funding those things. Because one of the biggest challenges if you're retrofitting a low carbon heating system in particular is how can I make sure that it's going to be cost efficient? How can, you know, we've subsidised gas prices for so long in the UK that most of our economy is based on gas, and you can't just switch everybody to electricity, because at the moment that would push more people into fuel poverty. So how do we bridge that gap? And yes, we want the spark gap, as they call it, to be brought closer. But again, for government, that's something that they might take them a bit longer than just doing today. So there are ways of doing it. That's basically connecting a heat pump, adding different technologies, solar, battery, and then you can manage the running costs. But in order to do that, you need to be able to fund it. Most of the housing providers can get funding, but when they reach EPCC, which they can do without low carbon technologies a lot of the time, then that funding's maybe not so much there. So how do we help with that? So I think us as manufacturers, organizations like GM and private investors have to help. How can we make that, how can we bridge that gap and make it more sexy, I guess?
Yeah, just to add, obviously, as Electricity North West, we don't own and operate solar panels. We don't want to build generation, particularly for you ourselves. But one of the key things we do is capability building. So explaining what are the choices. Lots of people just get, I think, sort of a bit stuck with how do I take action? What can I do? So we do lots of things with training and awareness and engagement to ensure, particularly for me, like there's a just transition. Ian mentioned it a few times, like everybody needs to benefit from net zero. So we do that capability building. We also have a thing called our social DSO fund. So it's not the only barrier. Some of it is knowing what to do, but one of the barriers is funding. So we do actually offer grants to help community organisations, public sector bodies. Schools is a good example. The NHS is on our list. It just gives you a flavour of the sorts of people. We're helping them engage in the net zero transition, make changes in ways that will help all of us, because we're working with them to contribute to making the grid even more stable and safe and affordable to operate as part of the grants that we're giving. So look on our website, pop down to our stand, come and talk to us.
Hold on to it.
Oh.
So my next question is directly to you. So, we're talking about a system, we're talking about place. How important is the role of GMCA and the regional local authorities, city regional local authorities, in helping deliver that change?
Well, they're absolutely pivotal. So for me, GMCA and the local authorities in Manchester are standout examples of how you can really sort of champion the net zero agenda, make improvements. I think lots of improvements we all see within the region as well. So there's lots of benefits from how GMCA and the local authorities are taking things forward for the people that they serve. For me, I'm a private company, I'm a monopoly as well, so I own and operate the distribution cables down the streets. A key thing for me is hearing from all of those local authorities. They're your representatives as part of this, so if they want to go faster or slower on decarbonisation, obviously it does impact costs and benefits, it impacts disruption to people's lives, and so actually that legitimacy for us and difficult choices sometimes that need to be made. Local authorities are key in helping assist us with that, and they are a trusted third party, so lots of people tell us lots of things about their needs from our network, the communities in our region, but lots of people also talk to GMCA and their local authorities who have a wealth of information and knowledge which is increasingly contributing towards energy planning, because we need to get coordinating, we need to collaborate across the different actors so that we can work out what are the best choices for all of us in the GMCA area that's going to give safe, reliable, affordable, green and economic prosperity for our region.
Thanks very much. So we're just going to close out the session with the dreaded quick fire round. I didn't write the question, so don't blame me. So if you pass that up to Charlotte, we'll start. What's the key to success for an effective energy transition? If ever there was an open question that could take a long time to answer, there's one.
Okay, I'll just do a couple of things. So I suppose clearing barriers, providing support and capability, and I suppose making sure generation is backed by flexibility.
Yep. John?
Oh, same question.
Yeah, same question.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Feels like you weren't listening.
That wouldn't be it.
What's the key to success for an effective energy transition?
I'd say education in line with awareness. And what I'd say is everyone in this room builds on your point, actually, which is you all work in your communities. Not all of you, but an awful lot of you. Your advocacy will be what will drive it. Consumers and businesses don't trust utilities. Don't trust some larger players in the market who are doing it. They trust you way more. So your advocacy for net zero and how it can be done is hugely important.
That's a great answer. Thanks, John.
So collaboration, participation, and coordination, they'd be my sort of 3 recipes for success.
Thanks.
And I think for me, it's just clear signalling. Clear signalling from the local authorities, the Greater Manchester of this world, or government. If the signals are clear of where we're going, that gives people the confidence to invest, to train, it helps the registered housing providers be clear on what their plan is with their stock. So yeah, just clear signalling.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. We have run slightly over, so we won't get a chance for questions from the audience. But just like to thank the panel. If everybody could give them a round of applause. Thanks very much for your time, and you may be able to grab them on the way out. Thanks very much.
Ready to go? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this session of the Green Summit, all about a thriving global public transport and active travel network for Greater Manchester. My name is Vernon Everett. I'm the Transport Commissioner for Greater Manchester, and it's my job to chair our expert panel today, who I will introduce now. On my far left is Dr. Laura Parker, who's a public health registrar and who is working within Transport for Greater Manchester on active travel issues. Next to Laura is Councillor Alan Quinn, who's Cabinet Member for Environment, Climate Change and Operations at Bury Council. Alan's also a member of the B Network Committee that keeps us all on the straight and narrow in terms of the way the public transport and active travel networks work, and he's a member of the Air Quality Administration Committee. Next to Alan, we've got Adam Leslie. It's Adam's first day back from paternity leave, so he's chosen a dramatic re-entrance to public life. Adam is from Deloitte and is Director in Deloitte's Infrastructure and Real Estate Division. And to my left is Subra Krishnan Harihara, who is Director of Business Policy and Research at the Greater Manchester Chamber of Commerce. So, panel, you're all very welcome. So let's get straight to it then. Perhaps 1 minute from each of you. Please embellish, if you like, whatever I've just said about what you're doing and what you're working on. But can you give us a 1 or 2 minute blast of what do you think a transport system for a global city region like Greater Manchester looks like? Can I start with you, please?
Yeah, of course. So thank you so much for having me. I think from a public health perspective, what we've got to recognise for a kind of a transport system that is fit for a thriving city region is we need to support our residents and visitors to thrive, and we only do that if we recognise how transport impacts health. And I think there's numerous multiple ways that we can capitalise on potential health benefits of really positive forms of travel, such as active travel, and what we want to do is really mitigate against potential harms associated with travel that can cause health harms. So I think really for me that is the key, is recognising transport as a building block of health, and by having a sustainable transport system that supports people to walk, wheel or cycle when they can, that connects them with the people, places and services they need to live well, is what is absolutely vital and key to having a transport city system fit for a city region like Greater Manchester.
Brilliant, beautifully put. Alan?
That's easy where I was this morning, London. I went down for a reception about tree planting and I stayed at my son's. My son lives down there. And when we was sort of, he picked me up at Euston when we was travelling to, we was in Parliament, and he said, I need to apologise, Dad. I said, what's that for? He said, you normally don't wait 10 seconds for the tube. And that's what, London, joking aside, that's what London's got, a world-class public transport system, and there's no reason why we shouldn't have that up here. And we are on a road, and it's a journey, because we've had 40 years of a failed, and I'm a politician, so I will give you political answers. I'd make no apologies for that. A failed, privatised public transport system that only basically looked after one set of people, and that was the shareholders. And we've got when we talk about clean air, we had 30 years of basically bus companies driving museum pieces, and now the mayor has said by 2030 we'll have an all-electric fleet. That's the vision. The vision excites me, and I'll go on a bit about that later, but I will always say, we're on a small step of a journey towards a world-class. Manchester is now it's getting its way to be a world-class city. What's going on? If you've read my blog, I didn't mean them to read that, I'll put that all in, but we've come a long way. And we've got a long way to go, but Manchester's booming. When Manchester booms, the towns around it boom. So yeah, I think the template is there, and that's London, and that will be, bus, tram, and we're going to take the local rail routes back under public control, and they'll be run for the benefit of the people and not private shareholders. Thanks, Burnham.
Thanks very much, Alan. Adam.
Thanks, Vernon. Interesting hearing Alan's reflections, because I work with public transport authorities up and down the country, and really coming to Manchester today, it's quite stark how an amazing transport system you have. But transport system for me, it's all about access to opportunity, to jobs, to connecting people to education, healthcare, and I've seen where it's done right, where the system's designed right, the funding's set up in the right way, it can be one of the most powerful enablers of place-based economic growth.
Thank you, Adam. Super.
Thank you, Vernon. For me, I think it is all about functional labour markets. It is how do we create a labour market in Greater Manchester, which does not necessarily be determined by where an individual lives. So it shouldn't matter where an individual lives. They should be able to get to a job of their choice, irrespective of wherever the location of that job is. So that's one very important aspect of it. And for me, transportation is about reducing not just the geographical distance, but also the intellectual distance between different parts of Greater Manchester, right? So for work, for pleasure, for play, there should be a functional transport system which actually works according to the way people work.
Thank you. We will have time, incidentally, probably at the end of this for some questions. So if there's anything you particularly want to ask the panel, please do. Could I just ask a question about whether the model that we've now got in Greater Manchester is partly responsible for driving that change? So, Alan, you mentioned London. The mayoralty in London was created in 2000, and for the first time, there was a single point of political accountability for all forms of transport. That changed the game, and we had the Oyster card, and we had contactless payment, and all of those sorts of things. Do you think that when we're thinking about Greater Manchester and the rest of the country, the model for how it's all structured is important for the sort of progress that we're making? Alan, perhaps you could have a go at starting us off.
Yeah, I think you're right, but what you've also got in London is the red routes and the so-called London powers, the moving traffic offences. And when you're talking like, your members at the Chamber of Business and Commerce will complain about deliveries not being made. And I used to work at Samlesbury, which it's about 32 miles up the M6. I could get, driving legally, from Samlesbury to Junction 17, about 35, 40 minutes. And at one point, I could queue for 10 minutes going up the slip road because people had invaded the box junction. And so what they've got a method to basically make in London the traffic flow smoothly. And this is a true story. My wife's best mate, her kids live in London, and he rang us up and he said, "Do you want a car?" And it was like, "You what?" We've got a Renault Clio, it's got 80,000 miles on the clock, it's sat there outside the house gathering dust. We don't use it because the transport system in London is that good. And that's what we've got to get in Manchester, or Greater Manchester. We've got to get where people travel on the public transport because it's good. And as a member of the committee, Councillor Phil Berg, and he come out with a belting saying, but you can have the best transport system in the world, but if people don't feel safe, you won't go on it. And that's what the Mayor has done. We've got more travel safe officers, and we have to be really, vigilant with. You don't want to sat next to an idiot on the tram or bus causing trouble because people won't travel. And I said before, we're on a journey. Already first year, 14% bus numbers are up. Not bad for the first year, but let's see where we are after 5 years and 10 years, and let's not go backwards. And I will say this, the backwards thing is, and we're also, I'll just come out in a minute, what we're also looking at, we're talking about transport locally, but what about transport to London? We need HS2 up here, because as business is telling us that the M6 and the West Coast Main Line are at capacity now. We need HS2. We're not going to be the poor relation up here as far as I'm concerned, but we also need to link Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, Bradford, all the way there. And it's no good if you're standing on a platform saying you're going to cut rail service, like the geezer who's currently dodging tax in Dubai's reform. So no, I want a world-class public transport system locally, but regionally as well. So that's where I'm coming from. Sorry, you got me going there.
No, it's good. It's good stuff, Alan. Laura, can I ask you, what in your view, what's the role of active travel in that sort of makeup? Because the first and last mile are just such important elements of everybody's journey, aren't they?
Yeah.
So how does all of that fit, do you think?
Yeah, so I think one of the key things, and they speak about this quite a bit in the kind of TFGM's kind of transport strategy, is it's talked about kind of integrated modes, and I think that is really key, is thinking about people and their whole journeys, and actually from their front door, what do they need to do if they're going to be using a public transport system? Do they need to walk to a bus stop? Are they going to kind of be, cycling to the local transport? Or what are they going to do? So thinking about the whole journey allows us to really think, okay, what are the existing barriers? What are the challenges that people are facing if they want to travel actively, so they want to walk, wheel or cycle, but they can't? And I think that that's something that's kind of coming through a lot with some of TFGM's work that I think is really fabulous, is thinking about Streets for All and thinking about that kind of wider system of how do we allow people to have a genuine choice to leave the car at home because they can get to the bus stop, they can get to the tram stop. And I think when we think about kind of active travel, we think about, yes, it does encourage people to be physically active, which is great for people's health, but there's even wider societal benefits. So it's thinking about actually road safety often improves, so we get improved road safety and less accidents when we have more active travel infrastructure that's appropriate and supports people to travel actively. We have less cars on the road, which means less air pollution, less carbon GHG emissions. What we also do is actually we sometimes see benefits to local businesses as well, so like high streets can thrive if people are allowed to kind of walk past them and drop in the shop. So there's so many benefits, and I actually think we need to do a better job at not only dismantling the barriers and supporting people to have the choice, but then also celebrating the wonderful things that come with that choice.
Yeah.
So whether that's improvements in air pollution, whether it's kind of an improved sense of community and cohesion because the streets can be places where children play or you can have a chat with your neighbours, and also as well that ease of a journey. It's nice and easy if you live near your tram stop to go and have a walk and jump on a tram if it works, but I think it's kind of bringing it all together and seeing the bigger picture of how we can serve people to deliver a system that is good and beneficial to people's health and wider society.
Yeah, and what's quite and Laura, what is quite interesting is if you go to Stockport, for example, and see the way in which the bus interchange, the railway station, the town centre, everything's sort of been linked up, hasn't it? And it just looks good as well.
Yeah.
In Oldham, you can get off the bus at Oldham bus interchange now. I'm not normally in favour of knocking pubs down, incidentally, but a pub was demolished to open up the town centre so you could walk through and all of that. So it's place as well, isn't it? Creating that environment.
It's taking that place-based approach. It's funny you mentioned that. I grew up in Stockport and it's so different now, like what the bus station used to be. It's lovely now, and it's, again, the modes speak to each other. So you can do a full journey by getting the bus and then going to the train station. It works, and I think we need to kind of continue and kind of use that kind of thinking example throughout Greater Manchester so everywhere can benefit.
Great stuff. Adam, could I ask you, given your role for infrastructure and real estate as well, what place does the transport system play in enabling development, both resi and commercial as well?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely critical, Vernon, in terms of both providing the connectivity into those places, but also in uplifting values. So where businesses can get close proximity to residential development, where residential development is close to transport nodes, that drives value up and ultimately attracts development activity. So, we're seeing a lot across the country in terms of transport-led regeneration, so developing areas and ultimately building around and above stations, and it's been a real driver of economic growth in different cities.
And that's, again, something of fundamental importance for us. I mean, Alan started talking super. I'll ask you in a second about big infrastructure investment, if I may. Northern Powerhouse Rail, all of that. But what Alan was saying about development of big infrastructure, we firmly believe that unlocking capacity in Greater Manchester will be hugely assisted by being able to go underground at Manchester Piccadilly. And to your Alan's earlier point about, London started digging tube tunnels in 1863 on the Metropolitan line because the roads were at gridlock. Manchester's booming. We need a more sustainable way of getting around. So there are huge investments coming up that we need to make in the north more generally, but that also includes when Northern Powerhouse Rail gets here, going underground at Manchester Piccadilly, and that will enable us to bring out Metrolink as well to other parts of Greater Manchester. So, Subra, can I ask you your view from a business perspective about the importance of big infrastructure investment in Greater Manchester?
Absolutely critical and cannot be underestimated at all. So I'll begin with an anecdote of an employer who actually told us this was some time ago when Northern Rail had all of the timetabling problems with services actually get cancelled and so on. And from them, the message was very clear that the next set of recruitment that they would do would not be in Manchester. It would actually be in London, because their model was built on actually building up a very highly skilled workforce here in the northwest. And then actually their project engineers, it was a construction company specializing in fit out. Their engineers would go out to different parts. They had lots of clients in London and the southeast. They couldn't drive because you can't actually start driving at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, actually be in London in time to meet clients or for site visits. That sort of gives you an indication of what high-speed transport networks can actually facilitate. It is about real economic growth, it's about jobs, it's about connectivity, and it's about linking the places in the north together. So completely agree with Alan, that the Northern Powerhouse Rail concept to integrate Liverpool all the way up to Hull, Newcastle, etc., is vital. Because, as I'm sure you all know, it beggars belief that the 220-mile journey to London takes an hour and 55 minutes, but a 40-mile journey to Leeds actually takes an hour, right? So again, why shouldn't the North have the same opportunity that London has? London actually gets workers, labor, sucks labor from different parts of the South and the Southeast. And actually, if we are going to rebalance the economy, we need those big infrastructure projects, particularly rail, here, working in the North. And then, aviation is actually quite, another, we have a powerful asset in Manchester Airport. And again, the catchment area of Manchester Airport can actually only increase if we have that transportation links. So I think transportation is crucial. It is foundational for future economic growth.
Thank you. Thanks all. Does anyone have a question for us yet? Well, or just think about, we do have, let me pass you a mic. Not sure how it works. I think that's on. And if you wouldn't mind saying who you are and where you're from, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Carrie. I'm leading a project called Live Well in Later Life, which is across Greater Manchester, but I'm working in Trafford. I've done a lot of work around the walking environment and transport in Old Trafford specifically. And one of the problems that came up was that people couldn't get to the bus stops. And we had a couple of people come from Transport for Greater Manchester to talk to our steering group, and they were very helpful. But a problem that I think still exists in addressing the issue is funding. And so as far as Transport for Greater Manchester are concerned, if you want to address the active travel element and the whole journey of accessing public transport, how is there anything kind of planned in that respect? Because Trafford Council in particular are very, very low on cash.
Yeah.
And there's very little sorry, I'm talking a lot. Yeah. There's very little money in the pot to address some of the issues. Like how is that going to be approached?
Thank you
Thanks.
for that question. Laura, do you want to have a go? And then maybe after Laura, maybe Alan talk about local government funding and stuff like that and some of the challenges. Laura?
Yeah, so I think that there is certainly kind of a strategic and ambition to recognise that exact problem. Because I think that has come up is that actually people's journeys start at their front door. So we need to really think about what is the quality of the paving in the streets around that. So there is a policy called Streets for All. So I think there's a lot of work happening. In terms of actual funding, that's where I don't know where that comes from. I think sometimes the challenge might be that I think technically pavements might be come under highways, and that kind of is then under the responsibility of local authorities. Again, I'm getting a little bit out of the realm of my area of expertise as a public health reg that pops in for 2 days a week. But there is definitely an ambition that has been recognised. Well, certainly I'll feed it back to the active travel team, and I think there has been discussions about how does the active travel team work more closely with the modes and with kind of the Streets for All team. But in terms of, I think unfortunately that probably just falls under the responsibility of the local authority. But I'll defer to Alan, who might be more of an expert.
Thank you, Laura.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, sorry, Alan. Go on.
Sorry. Yeah, thanks for your question. Yeah, I mean,
Just enough there.
all councils in Greater Manchester have basically, they've been hollowed out. Had 14 years of needless austerity. And the one thing that went is, you've got good officers that have gone. Regarding your sort of, are we going to get more stops in? I think that's an invest to save. I started at British Aerospace Chadderton in 1986. And I always remember a shop stewards meeting where the chairman said, we've been in touch with, I think it was Selneck then. It was, somebody's laughing here, which was you remember, which basically run transport. And they put a bus stop in Oldham at the request of the Works Committee so people could get, to get to work easier. And what you had the fracture here, you had Greengate, but over on the car park, at clocking off time, you had about 20, 30 buses. And so you basically walk to get the bus home. And it's all, what I'm saying is it's jammed tomorrow. But what we've got settlements called the City Regional Sustainable Transport Crest settlement, and it's like 2.5 billion, which you're thinking, but again, with my northern bias, if you go to a conference in Brighton, that is part of Thameslink, which comes from London, which was funded to the tune of 6 billion, including 1 billion on London. I didn't even know London Bridge had a station. And if you go at Crossrail, which was 18 billion. So we've got to get, and that funding must come from government because it won't come from local councils because basically we haven't got any money. But I mean, keep doing your work you're doing because there was a study done on the metro link to the Trafford Centre, and what it does show is that businesses will go, they will follow where the workers, the staff can get to work easily, and it's starting to show a return on the investment because it was a lot, it's about 300 million, was it?
Yeah,
it was silly money, but that's the way it is these days. But we need to. I keep saying we can't stop the journey we're on. We need to keep doing what you're doing. Get the bus stops in, a more regular bus service, and what we are doing across Greater Manchester, we're putting bus services on at night, especially for the nighttime economy. So I'm saying is, I'm promising you jam tomorrow, but hopefully we'll get there. I just try and be honest with people all the time. So.
And the jam's not too far away, actually, with the expansion of the bus network. But watch this space. The only other thing I'd say about, and I'll come to the lady there who wants to ask a question, is the Transforming Cities Fund, which Alan referred to, which is the grant that all of the mayoral combined authorities get from central government. It's part of the integrated big settlement that Manchester gets these days for health, skills, all sorts of things. That is being used for these sorts of purposes, including, and we're looking specifically at some of the highways challenges and of getting money into the hands of the local authorities who, as Alan said, have been hollowed out, so we can actually start making a difference and do it in the least bureaucratic way we possibly can to get that money out. So we're on it, and I think you will feel a difference over the coming years. The lady there, please. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Caroline. I'm from Whitefield Environment and Love Springwater Park. Right, the doctor there said that part of our journey starts when we open the front door. Well, I do a walk down to the bottom of our road, which isn't very far, to talk to work at the, it's part of the Adult Learning Centre. And when I go down there, when it's damp, like it is at the moment, the leaf litter is just incredible, and you could easily slip. And we also have friends who live on an estate, and they are not fit enough to walk to the bus stop because it's so far away from where they live. And they are still wanting to drive. And given their eyesight, I'm absolutely terrified that they will get in a car. And I think these are two big things that need to be looked at. Like you say, more local buses, and the streets need to be clean. I mean, one road that's near us, I walk down the middle of the road rather than the pavement, because the pavement is so bad. You know, it's full of tree roots, and it's up and down, and it's safer to walk on the road.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So 2 points there. One is fewer car journeys. One of the things, I don't know if we've mentioned this already, but the local transport plan for Greater Manchester is out for consultation. Is it just closed? It's the 9th.
The 9th of March.
The 9th. Thank you. There is still a chance to feed into that. We'll take your comments actually today and make sure they get fed in as well. But there's still a chance to comment on the local transport plan. Now, that's got an aspiration to get from, if you look at Greater Manchester, 60% of journeys are done in a vehicle, either as a driver or as a passenger. 40% is active travel and public transport. If you go to London, that's reversed. It's 40% by vehicle, 60% by public transport and active travel. So that plan that you can comment on now sets a target of getting to 50-50 in Greater Manchester, which implies getting 1 million more journeys a day out of vehicles and into public transport and active travel. And one of the things I think that we've got to do, and we're working really hard to do, is give people a decent alternative to using their car. Because there's no point imploring people to leave their car at home if there is no alternative. So that's one of the reasons why we're building the bus network, and there'll be more buses added. We've integrated that with Metrolink, joined up fares, tap and go, daily cap, you'll never pay more than a certain amount, and we'll bring the railways in sequentially over the next couple of years. So by the end of 2028, the foundations will be there for a London-style public transport and active travel network. So just thought I'd sort of mention it. Alan?
I mean, I can answer the one about the pavement because it comes under my neck of the woods, but the thing is it 42% of all car journeys in Greater Manchester are 2 kilometres or less?
Yeah, a lot of them. So this isn't being anti-car, because there's a place for cars, right, everywhere, particularly in many rural communities. But to Alan's point, this is about trying to convert people for the journeys that would be more sensible to be made by public transport or active travel rather than it being anti-car.
I think the other one, I've got figures in my head. I think something like, everybody notices when the school holidays how clear the roads are, but I think that is about 10% of the cars removed off the road because parents have obviously put in.
Yeah.
And the difference that makes, so if we can make public transport, or when we make public transport more attractive, if we can get just 10% modal shift off the road, then it will be a lot better. But to Caroline's point, I mean, yeah, I would love to clean the leaves of the pavements of Bury, but you know, the problem local councils have got 70% of your council tax goes on adult and children's care, and the bit for people would say the important bits, the roads, trimming the trees, the lights, that's about 10%. And you know, if you're going to hollow local government out, and the thing is about pavements, I have to say this: a lot of our neighbours pavement park, and cars are getting heavier, and then you know they ruin the pavements But and the other one is, you know, in Bury, I have 660 kilometres of road, I've got 1,300 kilometres of pavement, I've got 320 kilometres public right-of-way, I've got 15,000 street signs, I've got 19,000 lights, I've got 42,500 gullies, I've got 28 bridges. I need 12 million a year for that. If you're going to give me 5 for 14 years, then something has to give. And unfortunately, that's local government.
Never sit next to this man at a dinner party. He's full of statistics like that. As we all are, actually. It goes with the territory here. Was there a question?
Yes, I've got a question.
I'll come to you, sir.
All right, thank you. I'm really on the edge of the borough. I'm 2 miles from Merseyside, and I'm also 2 miles from Cheshire.
Right.
The other side of Lee. And in fact, it's where the Intermodal Logistics Park Northwest Rail Freight Terminal, potentially, although it's not been passed yet, it seems to be on your plan. Now, there's no public transport systems where we are. You were talking about percentages. 80% of our residents actually take the car.
Yeah.
And the reason is there's no public transport.
Yeah.
We have one bus that goes regularly from Lee to Wigan and back again. And that's pretty much it. It took me 2 hours to get here today via public transport.
Yeah.
They say with this freight train, this rail freight interchange, there's going to be another 6,000 people that are going to be working there. So that's going to be another 6,000 people that are in their car. And there's nothing here for me on this plan, nothing.
Yeah.
But what I would like to do, there are some quick wins. So, the issue is that one county is not talking to another county.
Completely.
And that is a huge, we have been asking for 5 years plus for a bus to go 2 miles down the road from us to our local train station, which is in Merseyside. It's in Newtonley Willows. That bus, I'm going to have to really hop, skip and a jump to get back tonight. The last bus back for me from the station is 6:20 tonight. That's it.
Yeah.
And it's like, why? That's such a quick win.
Yeah.
Yet we've been asking for it for such a long time.
Yeah.
And with another 6,000 people potentially coming online, your point, they're all going to be in the cars and they're all going to be in traffic jams because already it's a really congested part of the country.
Yeah.
You might think it's farms, but the farms are now not there.
So there's several things in your questions. Subra, I wonder if, first of all, I'll have a go at the different regions not talking to each other. I think Liverpool City Region and Manchester City Region do. I think the opportunity that we will have is with Liverpool City Region franchising their bus service, which is happening right now. So they're going to do what's been done in Greater Manchester to bring it back under public control. And I know for a fact that the Manchester bus team are already speaking to the Liverpool team about the so-called cross-border. None of us think about crossing borders, do we? I don't think so. We just make a journey. But we are talking about those sorts of journeys. The other interesting thing is Cheshire and Warrington will get a mayor next year as well. Again, a single point of political accountability for transport. It will provide a new forum. And then you can start talking about North Wales as well. If you stitch all of those areas together, that's a population 2/3 of the size of London and a big economic footprint and those sorts of developments that you've just been talking about, which will create more jobs. But we'll need public transport to get people to and from it. So all of those developments will need a public transport and active travel plan.
Yeah, the problem is that the park with all its HGVs is going to come first.
Yeah.
Which is not good.
None of this, I mean, I'm only 23. But this sort of industry is hard yards to make progress. But we're going to make progress in the areas that you described. Subra, can you just say, Alan, can you just say something about in the transport plan? There's loads of growth zones in and around Greater Manchester. Can you talk a little bit about what those growth zones are, what they're for, and how public transport will enable people to be able to get to and from them?
Just before you carry on with that, this isn't in the growth zone at all.
No, thank you. Thanks.
I mean, clearly there are local issues, and I think you should, respond to that plan very clearly and speak to TFGM colleagues. There are 6 growth zones, growth locations across Greater Manchester. They cover every borough. One of it is right in the heart of town. It's the Oxford Road corridor, linking up the universities with the businesses there. And then, the other 5 are spread across. One is in the Manchester Airport region, so the southern growth corridor. The important point is this. Examples like that are important because there are similar issues that actually affect some of these growth zones as well. So within that whole debate around transportation, as you know, there are 2 parts. There is the kind of the local element of public transportation, and then there is that element which actually integrates one part of GM with another part of GM, or indeed one part of the Northwest with another part of the Northwest. The challenge that we have is that there are some employment hotspots. I mean, you mentioned one location, but Trafford Park, which is again a very kind of very well-known industrial estate area, does not sometimes have transportation links at certain times, early mornings, late evenings. So again, there are these sort of not spots within the public transport network. Those are getting looked into. We have regular conversations with TFGM colleagues, and I can see that progress. The one thing that I do have is a little bit of patience. I understand, that does not necessarily offer you any consolation, but this is clearly work in progress. This is a journey that we have started very recently. The B network is still in its infancy. So, yes, of course, it is quite important that we surface some of these issues that affect the different growth zones. Now, here is the thing, though. With the plans as they are, the growth zones will probably deliver an annual GVA growth of between 2 and 2.5 billion, right? That's about 3-4% of the Greater Manchester economy now. So if we do get that transportation as the circulatory system that actually connects different parts of GM together, and we get that last mile journey sorted out as well, you are looking at a significant, sustainable way of attaining economic growth here in GM. And for me, that is the big opportunity.
Yeah. Adam, I don't know if you can comment on that as well, because if we look at London and the way in which the Elizabeth line was paid for, not that much money actually was put in directly by government. A lot of that is being paid for by London through retained business rates, for example. So business is having to pay for it. Is there something for us in thinking about different models of funding to make this happen?
Absolutely. I think there's something about investing to drive growth and then working out the mechanisms that sit behind that to capture the value. So you're absolutely right. I think the first starting point is more people using public transport drives revenues, can allow for more services, but I think through the likes of the Merrill setup in GM and elsewhere, you start to have the powers to establish things like development corporations that allow you to capture and retain business rates. Think about other instruments like tax incremental financing. You ultimately can capture future business rates and reinvest it back into the infrastructure.
Yeah, because one of the challenges is paying for all this stuff. I mean, we do not. Alan, you wanted to add something to the ladies.
Yeah, your Wigan councillors raise this at every Transport Committee meeting, which is Councillor John Vickers and Councillor Paul Prescott. Basically, the first question they always ask is, when's Wigan going to get Metrolink? They ask that, to be fair to them, and it's not as simple as that because you're talking a lot of money, but they will always make the point that, Wigan is as I try to put this diplomat, we need better transport for Wigan. I wish, as Greater Manchester Council, but the same. But they always bring that up, to be fair to them.
But where we have been able to put the buses on, we've in Wigan and Bolton, the first tranche of the B network, September 2023, there's now over 30% more bus riders than there were in September 2023, and it's growing at a compound rate of about 10%, and will continue to roll out more services, including those night bus services. I'm going to ask in a minute, just to round off, for each of the panellists, just to, I don't know, summarise the 2 or 3 things that you'd like to see happen in the near term to help us get more towards a world-class public transport and active travel network. So while you think of that, is there any last question? Oh, sorry, sir. Yeah, you had your hand up. A microphone is on its... Oh, no, you can have that one.
Peter Lever from EV. Questions for Alan, and stepping back a little bit. You talked about underground, potentially. Obviously, we know it will cost fortunes, but in reality, it's the future. So obviously, with what's happening at the minute, where does that stand? Is it sort of on the back burner, or is it something that is actively being planned?
Well, thanks for your question. And what this came about, and I asked the same question at the last Transport Committee meeting, is basically in the near future, Metrolink will order a fleet of brand new 60-metre trams. But after that, we reach capacity on the Metrolink line. Rail reaches capacity. So what do we do? Especially, is it the corridor between Piccadilly and Salford?
Is it Castlefield
corridor? Basically, it's hemmed in. We cannot get any growth on that line, and it's needed. And so we go underground. Now, I asked a question, and the officer said, I just said, could you show me some graphics, please? And he says, well, no. But there is a video out there done by, I would call, an enthusiast who's very, he seems to be in the know. And there's going to be sort of 4 underground rail links. One of them is the Castlefield corridor, and there's bits around Greater Manchester that releases up a hell of a lot of capacity. And this is what when they did the 2050 vision, this is what excited me, because Metrolink goes to Stockport, and we're going to swing it right round Haywood to link Oldham, Rochdale, and it is that journey we need to go on. But I can't tell you where they are. But if I can find that, I'll share it with you. If I can find it on my phone, I'll show it you. And he backs it up with the science and the figures. But yeah, we go underground. Vern has mentioned the underground station at Piccadilly, which we need. There's no doubt about that. To be fair to Andy Burnham, he has gone on, battered people about that. But it's not going to be a massive London-type underground. It's going to be underground sort of corridors. But by doing that, releases that capacity and that's what we all want, a world-class public transport system in Greater Manchester.
So the underground at Piccadilly is a live thing. The government, when they announced the Northern Powerhouse Rail programme a few weeks ago, 45 billion quid, they have said they've got an open mind now about going underground at Manchester Piccadilly. Now, if you can do that for Northern Powerhouse Rail, we can do that to bring out new Metrolink extensions, because you can't build them at surface level anyway. You have to come out underground.
Yeah, essentially you could use, for want of a better word, hyperlink, which is the Boring Company, which was founded by the Tesla man himself. He's not involved in it now, but it is actually quite a cost-effective way of doing things. And in answer to your question before, I'd love to sit next to Alan at a meal.
There you go.
I'd love to sit next to you at a meal. We'd have a lot to talk about.
You got a date, Alan?
You can provide the wine.
Right, we'll finish it. We got one last question there, sir. And then I'll come to the panel, and then we'll wrap it up. Yeah.
Hi there, Andrew Fisher. I work for Salford City Council. You've talked a lot about London, how we want to emulate London. Manchester is Britain's second city. You know, everyone's eyes is on Manchester. We had the Brit Awards here last week.
Yeah.
London's seen a massive boom in cycling in the last 5 to 6 years. We haven't really talked about. And a lot of those journeys, people now, obviously, no one really would drive into London, but obviously getting between points in London, you know, lots of people cycle, whether it's a line bike or another bike. And one of the reasons for the success of the London cycle lanes is they've been brought in by TfL, and they've been brought in through different boroughs. in Greater Manchester, Chris Boardman, when he brought out his funds for different boroughs, it was based on a borough-by-borough kind of network. So we've got lots of cycle lanes which aren't joined up. We've got a lot more greater cycle lanes, but we need to kind of try and, how are we going to kind of put these cycle lanes together and to work on a regional basis rather than a kind of authority by authority basis, because I think that's where we're lacking.
Great
missing
question.
Key bits. The other thing to note as well, with the transport plan, there's nothing really about cargo bikes and last mile deliveries. I think that's a massive thing we're missing. You know, if anyone's walking around Manchester, you'll see Amazon vans, Amazon cargo bikes and other things like that. And if Amazon are on it, we should have been on there first. So why aren't we?
So I'm going to ask Laura to answer your question about cycling. Just on your cargo bike question, we did a forum a couple of weeks ago where we got all of the freight people in a room, including a load of cargo bike operators. It was a really productive, because there is an element of the transport plan that talks about freight, last mile delivery, and it does include the cargo bikes. Laura.
Yeah, just to come to your point about kind of the cycle lanes and being a more joined up, I think that is the ambition of the active travel team, and they are looking now, because I think they've just laid officially now 160 kilometres worth of cycle lanes throughout kind of the city region, and I think their ambition is to continue to lay more, but to join it up more. I think they did recently publish their annual report a few months ago, so if you have a look through that, I think it will kind of maybe give more concrete answers than I can give you right now in terms of exactly where they're planning to go next and but there is a plan for that, and there is a recognition that sometimes they don't fully join up, and that is absolutely on the plan to join it more up. And again, it's that thinking about people's journeys rather than thinking about kind of, borough by borough. So thanks for that. I'll make sure I take that back to them.
And I'm going back to head office now. Thank you, Laura. Well, I'm going back to now to have a meeting with Manchester ward councillors about a load of bus lanes and segregated active travel lanes that we want to put in there, where there's just recently been a public consultation about it. And through Dame Sarah Story, who's the active travel commissioner here in Greater Manchester, all of that lot is now being looked at on a GM-wide basis to sort of make the connections that you described. I remember I worked for Transport for London 15 years, and when we first did the cycle lanes, everyone criticised us to say, where are the cyclists? Now you can't move for the cyclists. And coming over London's bridges in the morning, there are more cyclists than there are cars. So it'll happen here. We just need to get the plumbing right, as you say, across the area. Okay. Thank you very much for taking the time to come listen to this. Can you please show your appreciation for Laura, Alan, Adam and Subra? And please don't forget to contribute to the consultation. There's still a bit of time. Thanks, everybody.
What you need to do is log on to say where's it been.